I declare open this public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Affairs for the inquiry into racism, hate and violence directed towards Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. I acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands on which we meet today, and I pay my respects to their ancestors and their elders past and present. I extend this respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples and their cultural and spiritual connections to Australia's lands and waters. In accordance with the Committee's resolution of 6 August 2025, this hearing will be broadcast on Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of proceedings will be published on the inquiry website. Any answers to questions taken on notice at this public hearing will be published on the Committee's website. I remind members of the media who may be present or listening online of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of the Committee. The Committee has agreed, as well as witnesses at the table, for media in the room this morning and have consented to be recorded and for photos to be taken. All the usual rules for media in these processes applies. I now call on representatives from the Lara Atapa. Did I butcher that? Aboriginal Corporation to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear this morning? We're just starting with names and they're on.
Graham Smith, native title holder of Alice Springs and employee of Luritupa Aboriginal Corporation, registered native title body corporate.
Thank you, appreciate that. It is a bit cold in here. Ms Riley, do you want to introduce yourself? So we're just introducing ourselves for now, and then then I've got a short spiel to read out, and then I'll invite you to make some opening statements. So if you just want to introduce yourself for now, that we can.
Yeah, my name is Kumali Kumare. I'm a Rada woman, and I'm the chair of the Rada organisation.
Thank you very much. Now I've got a short spiel that I have to read out, and then I'll get you to say a couple of opening words. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard, who's sitting over here, broadcasting, and attracts parliamentary privilege, and is being broadcast live on the Parliament's website too. You can see from the what are these things called? Labels at the front of us, who we've got in the room with us this morning from the committee. I'll now invite you to make a brief opening statement.
Chair, Deputy Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to make this opening statement to the inquiry into racism, hate, violence directed at Aboriginal people and Torres Strait Islander people. I appear on behalf of Luritupa Aboriginal Corporation, the recognised native title body corporate for the Islander people of Alice Springs. Our central submission is that racism, alcohol-related harm, policy, housing, service delivery, poverty, trauma, underinvestment in bush communities, and online hate are interrelated. These matters will not be resolved through isolated, short-term or punitive responses. Public policy must protect families, support healing, uphold their rights and avoid framing Aboriginal people as problems to be managed. Luritupa respectfully asks the committee to examine alcohol policy comprehensively, including the banned drinkers register, address-based restrictions, black market effects, and the commercial supply side. The concentrated ownership of pubs, clubs, the casino and takeaway outlets warrants close scrutiny. While Luritaba owns 3 liquor licenses attached to IGA supermarkets, it does not support additional licenses. That has approached government about buying back and retiring 2 licenses so that there are fewer outlets, not more. We further urge sustained investment in houses, house-to-house and family-to-family services, secure funding for community-led safety response, including the Luritaba Community Safety Program, and urgent action on overcrowded, insecure and unsafe housing. Homes occupied by First Nations families should be monitored and maintained to the same standards expected elsewhere, with clear records, timely follow-up and at least twice yearly re-inspections. Alice Springs also bearing the consequences of sustained underinvestment in bush communities, where housing, health, education, youth services, policies, alcohol treatment and infrastructure are not delivered where people live. Unmet need is displaced into town. And Aboriginal people are too often blamed for the visible symptoms of government failure. Finally, we ask the committee to consider the effect of harmful media and online content that portrays First Nations people primarily through crisis and antisocial behaviour, and perhaps racist abuse to circulate First Nations media, language, culture and storytelling require renewed support as part of any serious response to racism. We thank the committee for hearing local voices in Alice Springs. Luritaba welcome questions and stands ready to assist the committee further. Okay, and the first one I'd like to highlight is our Prime Minister. Visits not visiting LAIC. And we would like to have meetings and the Prime Minister to visit our communities, talk to people, ask us what we want, not what they want. Town gets tidied up only when important events or visitors come. And support Northern Land Council's call for Royal Commission on Racism, Hatred and Violence. Image of Aboriginal communities are appalling. We always see the negative sides of Aboriginal people, our people, but not the good sides of what we have achieved over the years. Media does not recognise good news stories, only focuses on the bad stories. Pathways back to community for youths and prisoners. Corrections should have their own return to country, make sure they get home safely. More funding for Aboriginal content in the media like Empire TV. We've had a lot of programs such as Ngana Banunagada. It was a primarily focused on keeping our culture strong and also listening from our elders their stories of what had happened when they were young and what they've seen since colonisation. Town kids, well, that's all I'd like to highlight.
Thank you. Mr Smith, would you like to make some opening statements before we go to questions?
Thank you, Chair. No, I stand by what our Chair's just put. Most of those points raised are issues that we've confronted Here in Alice Springs as the native title holders. We see this as our country, this is our land, and a lot of the visitors coming into town are here because of the unmet needs in the bush just don't disappear. They flood into the service centre, which is Alice Springs, and then we've got a melting pot of a mixture of tribes across 3 or 4 states, Queensland, WA, NT, down into South Australia. Alice Springs is the central hub for 4 states, for Central Australia bush. And when that investment disappears or dries up, that need, as we've mentioned, does not disappear. It forces people into service centres where housing, accommodation, crisis. Aboriginal people are all nations of individual country, individual tribes, individual laws. We've got our own ceremonies. You can't put all Aboriginal people, tribes into one town. It's like the Middle East. They're killing and shooting each other over there over customary law and territory and whose land it is. We're no different here in Alice Springs. This is our land, and we are the landowners and custodians of Alice Springs, and we feel very sad when we see a mixture of tribes having to come into Alice Springs because their communities are falling down. The government gave us Land Rights Act back in the 70s, gave us land, but the investment in the bush hasn't matched with it. They gave us land, they gave us outstations, they gave us opportunity to go back to country. But when you go to some of these communities, they now resemble outstations, and the outstations resemble ghost towns. So that tells you investment in roads, in housing, in basic infrastructure are forcing people into Alice Springs, and we are struggling to stay on top of it because we can't cater for services that fail the bush. And it turns Alice Springs, like the Chair's mentioned with negative media, the only time Alice Springs is portrayed in the media is on a negative post and content online that we call for more monitoring, oversight of this hatred that just one post can get 1,000 responses and it multiplies. And this is, we're reading this and seeing this in our own towns, so there's a lot what's going on. I think at the end of the day what we're pointing out is that policies and procedures have always been targeted against Aboriginal people. When something goes on, penalties come in, and Aboriginal people are the fault of it. Knee-jerk reaction, short-term, trying to fix the solution scenarios have never worked. So Luritupa submits that a real investment in the bush needs to occur to get tribal people and communities back onto their country that fits consistent with the Land Rights Act and giving people access back to their country. And I guess the further thing that we also like to note is that we're a bit disappointed in the NT government's watering down of sacred sites. As a native title rep body, we struggle to protect our sites in Alice Springs as it is, that are in the public eye. That people don't know are sacred sites, but they walk upon them, they sit upon them, they drink on them, they burn them, i.e. our trees down the Todd River are all sacred sites, attached some of them to women's dancing sites, slowly being burnt one by one. So our sites in this town are visible, they're public, and we're struggling to protect our sites in a meaningful way. So we're concerned about the NT government's direction with weakening of sacred sites for development. Thank you.
Thank you very much from both of you for your opening words. We'll now go to questions from committee members, and I'll begin with Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing today, Ms Riley and Mr Smith. I'm a Gunai Gunditjmara and Djaparang woman, and I'm honoured to be on your country, and I will respect your country and your people always whilst I'm here. Throughout the inquiry, particularly in Darwin and now here today, the Northern Territory Government and their departments are not appearing. So we are hearing about the racism towards our people in Darwin and here, but the Northern Territory government are not appearing to be able to discuss what they're doing about that, or how they are contributing to the racism here. So what does the absence of the Northern Territory government, what message does that send to you and your people? That they just haven't shown up, they haven't shown any interest in this racism inquiry. So we're talking to the victim survivors of racists, but we're not talking to the perpetrators, which is the Northern Territory government. So how does that make, what's your comments about them not showing up?
Sorry. I'm really disappointed if they're not showing up, because it clearly shows us that in the Northern Territory alone we have different law and order that does not exist in the interstates. And the law and order here is very harsh, it doesn't recognize and does not come talk to us, sit down, listen to us, what do we want? And of course there are things like that. A lot of those things are happening here in the Northern Territory, and it seems to be just another, I see as Northern Territory cut off from the state's law and order, and the law and order is very unacceptable here. And I'm actually surprised, and I'm not happy with the NT government not turning up to hear us out, because we do live in a very racist part of the Northern Territory here, and we live it and we breathe it here, and it really does not give us that scope that, one day in our lifetime we have to come together, regardless of which government, comes and talks to us, or especially the Northern Territory. I find that they're very, to me, as an Arada woman and my people, we see them like they're like people in straitjacket. One way vision, but there are people out there, there are our people, my people out there, that needs help, or that needs to be heard of what is the problem. Are we the problem, or is it the systemic is the problem, the law and order, or what is it? Why? That our people are more suffering here than anywhere else, in home, in housing and in all sorts of things, that we have to fit into those systems to be able to go forward. But we can't. There is always a barrier in front of us for not going over that edge to be recognised and acknowledged, and that we do have problems. We do have, our protocols, we do have our culture, we do have our language, and we do abide by our own protocols, let alone try and fit into the Western systems and their protocols, their law and order that is imposed on us.
Yeah.
But it's got to be, I'd like to see it, it's got to be a two-way situation. We hear you out, we need you to hear us out. It's not just, the policies are thrown on top of us like a cotton wool while they do something else in the next 10 years, or what's going to happen in the next 10 years. We hear the 10 years later that this has been discussed, which is we're missing out on the fundamental things that are regards to our sacred sites and our country, the minings, and all sorts of things that are happening in here, and the American space base is out here, and there is a lot that up at the time we don't know things are happening around us. Say, for instance, we had what was that program they put on us? On intervention. Intervention was thrown at us. We didn't know what intervention was about. And the elders asked me, you wouldn't talk in the mirror and go, what's happening? And I had to go and we said, oh, I don't know what this thing is. Intervention was just thrown at us, taking away our rights, taking away our rights to discipline our kids, taking away our rights to be self-sufficient or no sustainable things are just closing on us like this black thing here. And it was instigated by the people that's been in the Parliament years ago. But they did not come back to clean their mess. I'd like to see, people do a lot of mess. We don't go to other tribal areas and make a mess. We belong to our boundaries that we belong. We don't go to other tribal areas and say, oh, we need this and we need that, or you're going to do this and you're going to do that, like what the government does to us. And then, our people are not all rotten apples. There are good apples in our mob, in my mob, the Aboriginal people of Australia, the First Nations. And we do need, we've come a long way through colonisation, through massacres, through to what it is today, and we're still suffering. We're still feeling it. And it's through stolen generation, through everything that has happened to my people, to our people around Australia. We're still feeling it. And I'd just like to address, because of the constitutional rights that we have, is nowhere near to what the Constitution is all about, but it doesn't, exclude us in the beginning, and we are just feeling that we're just like we're the forgotten race. We are the forgotten race in our own country, and that needs to be addressed. That needs to be treated as a subject, not a subject. It's a lifetime survival for my people, for our people all around Australia, for the recognition and acknowledgement of our people. That's where racism started, through the constitutional changes that had happened in the early years. And we're still feeling that it's even worse when it comes to land rights and when it comes to other things, like I said, housing and health and education. And racism is everywhere, and we live it.
Do you move the water jug? I can't.
I think, through the chair, I think
I
it's pretty obvious by the NT government not being here that they don't want to be scrutinised on some of the policies that they seem to be passing since they've come to power. We all know in the Territory we had a period of crime and crisis. We went to an election here in the Territory. The current government got elected on the premises of cleaning up the town and the Territory with crime, and the result of that was year-long waiting lists just to go to court. If you commit an offence, the waiting time to have your day in court is so long that there's no hope in finding employment or a pathway. Sometimes it can take over a year just to have your say in court. So all the government has really done is make an absolute mess of the judicial system, locking people up and throwing them away at rates that are just tying down the court system for years and years, lowering the age of criminality, the banned drinkers register. A lot of these policies that the government have put in since coming into power, it appears that they're not here to avoid scrutiny on the decisions that they've made, because all the decisions they make are short-term, looking for the answers, when really we need a government that has a long-term view on some of these issues and stop looking for the knee-jerk reaction, quick fix solution that has never, ever, never actually come to fruition in the Northern Territory that I can recall. And I've been at the land councils and working in this space since early 1990s, so I've come through the native title, I've come through the intervention, I've come through all of these processes. I've not seen short-term solutions fixed, and I've never really seen government solutions fix our problems. The best-led programs are led by community themselves, with government riding shotgun, not government holding the shotgun. Thank you.
Thank you. It seems what's going on in the Northern Territory, that it's a full-on assault towards First Peoples. It's a full-on genocide, sophisticated housing, homelessness, incarceration, suicide, stealing children, destruction of sacred sites, causing mental harm to our people. They're all elements of genocide. Does the Northern Territory government come to you to talk about self-determined solutions, solutions that you have, that our people have had for thousands of generations? Do they come and talk to you about what the solutions are? Because they're not our problems, they're the government's problems. They're the ones who created the problems that exist. So do they come and talk to you about what the solutions are and how you can work together?
Yeah, thank you. I think it's fair to say that all governments have come and spoke to us at some stage to canvass our opinion, but we feel as though we're being briefed. They come in and they brief us. It's not consultation. They'll come in and say, this is what's going on, this is what we're seeing. And I don't know how many times, going back 4 or 5 years now, that the 250 mil that Albanese put on the table for the leadership group of Alice Springs, I was part of that group that determined that 250 million, and I don't see any outcome of that. So, yeah, look, it's worrying that we have, on many occasions, suggested solutions for Alice Springs, because we can't speak for the bush. That's not our country. But we see the issues of the bush playing out in town. We just think, as native title holders, a lot of the issues we raise are not actioned at all. There's a lot of things we've raised with this government that we'd like to see implemented or thought about, or programs that deal with youth or elders or elder abuse, whatever it may be. We have a lot of answers. But it appears that government, when there is an issue, yeah, we're only too keen to offer solutions, but governments don't listen to us. They go to the bigger NGOs. Like the Chair said, when Anthony Albanese come to Alice Springs, he didn't visit us as native title holders. We didn't even know he was in town. He met with the big NGOs. And what was decided there, we don't know, when we're supposed to be the native title holders of Alice Springs. These big NGOs, this is a service centre for them. Their buildings are on our country. They service the bush. Yeah, they service town as well. But we're the representatives. We're the native title holders of Alice Springs, and our voice is not up there. It's tokenistic when they come knock on our door and say, we're in town, we'd like to talk. They walk out the door, tick the box and say, we've consulted Luritupa. We say, you haven't consulted us. You've tried to brief us, and there's a difference between telling us what's going on and asking what's going on.
So, sorry, just for clarification, it's the Northern Territory government and the federal government? Well,
the federal government, and the Chair mentioned this, we had a very good storytelling, a truth and storytelling process. It was called Nanapa Winnikwanaz. We used to get funding from ATSIA back in the day, and we used to produce 4 documentaries, Aboriginal content, that Karma Radio, Karma Productions made, and all of the great Indigenous filmmakers came out of Karma, Warwick Thornton, Scylla Collins, all of these great filmmakers, Rachel Perkins, all started out of Karma Productions making Nunapara Wanakonas. That funding disappeared, and Karma used to produce them. I was the chairman of Karma at the time, and we used to give all that content to Imparja TV as our Indigenous content television station to balance what's going on, been played out in the media. Now, Imparja is just a cut and paste of Channel 9, to be honest. There is no balance of media in the television station that we set up to balance media. It's just a total cut and paste of Channel 9. All our Aboriginal content in truth and storytelling and stories has been defunded. And that was a really good attempt to educate the community and Australia about what's happening in Aboriginal Australia. What happened before they turned up? What are the stories of this country? That truth and storytelling process was helping to heal and get a little bit of understanding into mainstream. You know, funding and programs like that just get disappeared, and we lose all of these wonderful filmmakers. We lose all of these wonderful stories, and the end result is, well, people are none the wiser about our culture because we don't have the ability to share it no more. So there's a lot of things. Commonwealth Government's responsible for that. Yes, Commonwealth's responsible for the Land Rights Act and the investment in that. The Commonwealth Government's responsible for the Native Title Act, which is quite weak when it comes to vetoing or protection of sites, but is the only legislation that parliamentarians can't change because we've won that right in the court of law. Land Rights Act, yeah, you can get rid of that like we've seen through the intervention. Anything with the Land Rights Act, you can get a stroke of pen overnight, such as the intervention. And I was working at the Central Land Council as a senior employee. 18 years I've worked for land councils before stepping into our rep body. But we see now, we go through generations. We've had a stolen generation, and the scars of that were for life and long-standing. We've all had relatives involved in stolen generations. Then we've had an intervention generation. So all of these kids and youths we're dealing with now grew up when the intervention was slapped on them. They know nothing else. So we call this generation of youth going around now as the intervention generation, because they've had rules and policies and procedures and everything thrown upon them as if youth are the problem. Youth aren't the problem. Adults are the problem because we can't figure out what youth want. So a lot of these are federal decisions, and a lot of them also fall with the NT government in terms of day-to-day operating our daily lives. So what we say is absolutely that the legislation, the framework, the settings we operate under need a comprehensive review, because we can't keep throwing money at problems without unpacking the whole lot and figuring out how did we get to this mess.
Yep.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe.
Thank you.
Mr Venning.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Smith, you mentioned before around the fact that services in remote communities are lacking and are getting worse, and that is forcing community members into Alice Springs for services. Can you expand on that a little bit? I suspect you're talking about healthcare.
Everything. I'll make a fact. Our KFC is voted the best in Australia, and I guess you can understand why. It's not because we have the tastiest KFC chicken, it's because it's the only KFC for a huge radius of which I've just mentioned. So, you know, that's just a silly fact that, yeah, our Alice Springs KFC pumps out a lot of chicken. It means a lot of people come here.
What about services like seeing a GP?
They're all the same. They're all the same. There's no hospitals. People have to come to town for Centrelink. They have to come for hospitals. They have to come to town for court. They have to come to town for their services. All the service centres in Alice Springs. When the Commonwealth Government, years ago, and this was under the Howard Brough era, intervention era, when that started and investment really dried up in the bush, the Aboriginal Benefits Account at the time, now Aboriginal Investment, that got put on hold. No money was filtering out into the bush communities for years, and years and years and years. And that's why I say communities were big and powerful. Now they resemble outstations, and outstations don't exist no more. They're ghost towns. And I worked at the Land Council and I created a lot of these outstations. I'd done a lot of these land claims. The elders wanted to go back to country. They were strong and they were powerful. And then the skid marks come on. Investment dries up. The communities are still there, waiting for the Land Rights Act to fulfil what they believe Land Rights Act was given them, not just country, but a meanings and an economic way of living out bush. The only economic means of living out bush now is when a developer comes to your door and say, I've got a proposal to use your country. We've got ideas to get economic development, sustainable over a long period of time, not just for our generation, for our kids. We talk about inheritance. We got no inheritance. Our parents never owned a house. Our parents never worked. They got wages stolen off them. So we want to start creating business opportunities to own your own house so that we can get our kids and our generations into this inheritance and start owning assets like mainstream. The Land Rights Act did not deliver any of that. We still don't own houses because we can't afford them. So how do we ever inherit like mainstream? People inherit and they get in front of life quite quickly if they're able to inherit their parents' assets or whatever it might be. Aboriginal people inherit nothing but the country, the land. So we've been broke forever and a day. The Land Rights Act was meant to change that. The Land Rights Act is it's given a lot of income, a lot of revenue, but I would argue that royalties are a problem. Straight cash is a problem because we can't track that, we can't trace that, we can't monitor that, and the outcomes of handing out royalties. I used to work at the Land Council. I've seen families sit down together and negotiate in good faith. As soon as money's on the table, these families no longer talk to each other, and they've been split for a long, long, long time, and it's all over the coin that's on the table. Now we need to do better than throwing a chequebook at the table and watching families fight. But this has been systematic over a long period of time, where these are the processes and procedures that institutions put on us. It all needs to change.
So what are some clear policy positions or changes you'd like to see from federal and state and territory governments to help remote communities thrive again? And it's the same in the electorate and the communities that I represent.
Well, I think to unpack that, you've got to start somewhere. It's a big space to unpack, and I would simply support the call for a Royal Commission. And let's get to the bottom of it, like the Northern Land Council have called for. Royal Commission of hatred and the policies and procedures, and let's get to the bottom of it. Because only once we get to the bottom of it can we start unpacking it. Everything needs to be on the table, not isolated issues to try and resolve, because one issue will have flow-on effects elsewhere, as we know. So I'm of the opinion that the NT needs a really good rethink about the policies, both federal and NT, that really are not helping us. They're not helping us Aboriginal people whatsoever. They're punitive measures, they're targeted measures, none of them are incentives. Every policy decision that comes out is punishment. So, if we're going to continue to be punished, we're going to continue to walk away from the system and ignore the system. So we need to flip the punishment side of people's thinking when it comes to Aboriginal people and figure out what gets us up in the morning and start incentivising us to be able to do good, to make good, to see the good, to be good people. So I'm of the opinion that this can't be unpacked quickly. Never look for short-term solutions. Like I say, where do we want to go back to the stolen generations? Do we want to start at the intervention? Do we want to start in 76 with the Land Rights Act? Because that's where we started getting land. I think the NT needs a really good look at itself, because it has failed Aboriginal people drastically over many decades.
Changing tax, Sally, last one from me. Your submission calls for clear responsibilities for editors and administrators of online platforms. So I think it's probably to both of you. How would you frame such responsibilities so it targets genuine hatred rather than becoming a tool to restrict lawful and free speech and public debate?
Well, at what point is media and content that goes up, what's the tipping point to say that that's racist? Is it when 100% of the posts are showing Aboriginal people in crisis racist? I think so. It's pretty simple. I don't see any mainstream problems being posted on some of these content pages in Alice Springs. It's 100% Indigenous, and you can't tell me Indigenous people are 100% of the problem in Alice Springs. I see white people fight too. I see them get into crimes, but I don't see them getting posted like we are. People follow us around at 2 or 3 in the morning with their phones just waiting for an incident to capture us and put it up live. If that's not racist, then, you know. So what we call for is places like, I mean, we're asking for Facebook and all these, Elon Musk and X, to have more editorial oversight of their content. We ask the same here. This posting, the editor, the owner of these sites, honestly, should be charged for racist content. There's no balance in what they put up. So when there's no balance and it's 100% one-sided, it has to be called racist.
Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mr G.
Thank you. Thank you for your evidence today and also for your submission. I'm running out of time, so I can't ask. I think I've only got time for one question.
Yes.
The Chair's running a very tight ship today. I wanted to ask you about the community safety program that you referred to in your submission. You indicated that there are some issues regarding funding over that involving the National Indigenous Australians Agency. Would you mind elaborating on what you meant by that?
Yeah, thanks. It's fair to say we're in current negotiations with NIAA over the future of that program. That program, I was a CEO of Luritupa some 4 years ago before taking on other work and now coming back into another role. But I was the one with some native title holders that thought Alice Springs needed a Murukwatui foot patrol. Murukwatui meaning owner, traditional owner, foot patrol. So we've got security and we've got night patrol and we've got other parties that deliver a community safety program. They're not the native title holders of Alice Springs. And when you've got a number of tribes in Alice Springs, the authority is the authority and that's us. So we thought Murukwatui foot patrol is the program we want to set up to be able to talk to all these tribes coming into Alice Springs. It was an election program. When we go back to Peter Dutton, Anthony Albanese, Jacinta Price came in, ran the election. It was all around the time and made we didn't even speak to Jacinta about it. But she said, we're going to give Luritupa 900,000 for a community safety program. Well, we didn't talk to Jacinta about it, but we'll take it. Labor matched it, and we know Labor won the election. So we got $900,000. So did Tunganjura, who would deliver the same program. And $900,000 did not cater for setup. We had to go and buy cars and vehicles and shirts, and so the 900,000 ran out very quickly. And now NIAA, we're in dispute about what we say to NIAA is you never fully funded the program to its full capacity, and we're in that dispute with them now. And if we don't get that funding back to full capacity, then this town is going to lose a community safety program that I think the community has come to know, value, and from our perspective, yeah, we're losing a community program, but we see employment. This program gives our people employment on their own country with authority to be able to intervene and be first responders on the street instead of the police. First responders. This program is in threat, yes, because of funding.
Is the program effective?
Very. Yep.
Thank you.
Everybody wants our program to be at their event, to the point now where we are moving towards a fee for service for it, because it's a community safety program and we can't take our people off patrol zones to put exclusively, i.e. at our shopping centre. We have ownership in shopping centre of Yiperinya, we have shares in it, but we can't put our community program in Yiperinya and protect that 100% because it's Commonwealth funding program, and we have to have our patrollers in zones, and we work with the police and Tanganjura and other agencies about monitoring those zones. So Coles just recently have come to us, said, can we have a presence at Coles? We've said no, for the same reasons that we can't drag them out of patrolling areas and put exclusively to one spot unless it's fee for service.
Yeah.
So now some of these big companies are looking for us, our program for fee for service, because we're the native title holders of this town. We're more effective than anyone else when it comes to disputes amongst Aboriginal people to be able to step in, not police, not security, who in this town happen to be majority Africans. It's Aranda people. We're the police ourselves. We are the security. We're the landowners. So the program was all about being first responders and helping to resolve issues before police get involved. Yeah, the program's at risk. We've laid off staff as I speak because of funding issues we are having with NIAA locally. And our argument is that we've actually stepped in and carried the program with our own operational funds when NIAA funding ran out. And they are not really hearing our side of that. So we're going through a process of pull the financials out, let's prove what, who done what. But at this stage, 30th of June has come and gone. And you know the way governments work. Funding has ceased for that program since 30 June. So we're trying to figure out ways and proposals to keep that important community safety program intact that does create employment for our Aranda people on their own country.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That does conclude the time we have for questions. I did have a number of questions, as I'm sure lots of other committee members too. So you might get some questions, written questions on notice from committee members after your evidence this morning. Thank you very much for being really comprehensive in what you've provided to us this morning. Any additional information to the committee? So when we write to you with questions on notice, if you want to provide anything else to us, if you can please respond by the 7th of August, be great. And if that's not possible, then you can speak with the Secretariat as well. I'm sure that's completely fine. And you'll also be sent a copy of the transcript from this morning, and you'll have an opportunity to read through it. And if there's any errors that you see in there, you can request that they be fixed. So thank you very much for your time this morning. We'll take a very short suspension while we welcome our next witnesses.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you both.
I now call on representatives from the Central Australian Congress Link-Up Service to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Yep, morning. Lachey Chong, Central Eastern Arundel woman, General Manager of Clinical Services at Central Australian Aboriginal Congress.
Thank you.
I'm Mara Pryor, Central Arundel woman, the General Manager of Health Programs at Central Australian Aboriginal Congress.
Thank you.
Talisa Ferguson, Eastern Arundel Lurija woman, Manager for the Central Australian Aboriginal Congress Link-Up Service.
Thank you very much. I've got a short spiel to read, and then I'll invite you to make a couple of opening words. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live on the Parliament website. You can see from our nameplates committee members that join us here this morning. I will now invite you to make an opening statement before we proceed to questions.
Thank you. Good morning, committee members. My name is Lachey Chong, and I am here today representing Central Australian Aboriginal Congress. I'm a proud Aboriginal woman with connections to Central and Eastern Arundel and Iyawata peoples. I was born and raised in Mbantua, and my family and community connections continue to ground the work I do. I'm here today as the General Manager of Clinical Services at Congress, an Aboriginal community-controlled health service that has been serving Aboriginal people and families in Central Australia for more than 50 years. I'm joined today by Mara Pryor. We're both of Muruka TOs for Mbantua, and she's the General Manager of Health Programs, and Talisa Ferguson, our Link-Up Service Manager. We would be happy to answer the committee's questions in a moment, but first I want to share some of the day-to-day experiences of racism and its impacts on the health and well-being of our people as we see them at Congress. First, we are pleased to see that this inquiry recognises the impact of racism, hate and violence directed towards Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, including the role of social media in spreading harmful stereotypes. This is a daily experience for our communities. We continue to see Aboriginal people portrayed through negative and harmful stereotypes as violent, incapable or a burden on society, rather than being recognised for our strengths, resilience, culture and significant contributions to this land. These stereotypes cause real harm. They affect the way Aboriginal people are viewed, treated and responded to across systems including health, education, employment, justice and social services. The impacts of racism are not only social impacts, they are health impacts. Experiencing racism contributes to stress and poorer health outcomes. For Aboriginal people, racism adds another layer to the impacts of colonisation, dispossession, intergenerational trauma and ongoing disadvantage. Young people particularly experience the impacts of these messages through social media and public commentary. These messages can affect their confidence, identity and pride in being Aboriginal young people and future leaders from the oldest continuing culture on the planet. Many turn to alcohol, drugs or other substances as a coping mechanism to deal with the disconnect, pain and anger they feel. Second, I want to speak about the ongoing impacts of colonisation and the forced removal of Aboriginal children from their families. Every Aboriginal family here in Central Australia has a connection to this story. It is not something distant or historical for us. It is our uncles, aunties, grandparents and family members. The impacts continue today through disrupted family connections, loss of cultural knowledge, limited and restricted access to country and traditional practices, and the trauma carried across generations. Many institutions, including health services, were part of these systems, and rebuilding trust requires recognising this history and ensuring Aboriginal people are respected, listened to, and have control over decisions affecting their lives. Third, I want to speak about the way Aboriginal males and men are often represented. Aboriginal men, particularly young fellas, are too often viewed through a deficit lens, primarily through stereotypes of violence, offending and dysfunction, rather than being recognised as fathers, brothers, leaders, cultural knowledge holders and important members of families and communities. While accountability for harmful behaviours is essential, we also need to recognise that Aboriginal men are carrying the impacts of trauma, racism, poverty, displacement and loss of connection. There remains limited specific investment and funding available for culturally safe, holistic and rehabilitative approaches that support Aboriginal men and males across the life course, from young boys through to older men. Trauma-informed healing approaches that strengthen identity, culture, connection, responsibility and healing and building strength as collectives are critical if we are serious about addressing violence, improving health outcomes and supporting stronger families and communities. We need approaches that support Aboriginal men to heal, not just systems that respond when things go wrong in a punitive manner. Fourth, I want to highlight the ongoing barriers Aboriginal people experience accessing healthcare that is culturally safe and effective. Good morning. Communication is fundamental to healthcare. However, across Australia, there continues to be limitations to access to Aboriginal language interpreters and particularly across the varying dialects in the region. When Aboriginal people cannot fully understand what is being explained or done to them for their health, including treatment options, medications, referrals or prevention activities, there is a risk that people are not able to make informed decisions about their own care, and furthermore there is medico-legal risks. Effective communication is not simply translating words. It is about ensuring Aboriginal people understand their health needs at an individual level, understand what taking care of their health means for them and their families, and are supported to make decisions that are meaningful and culturally appropriate. Language, culture and connection must be recognised as essential parts of quality healthcare. Finally, to address racism, we need stable, long-term and bipartisan commitment. The disadvantage experienced by Aboriginal people should not continue to be used as a political football. We need strong support for Aboriginal community-controlled organisations because these organisations are led by our communities and have demonstrated the ability to deliver culturally safe, effective and trusted services. We are dealing with a long history of colonisation, dispossession and systemic racism. Organisations like Congress are working every day to address these impacts, strengthen Aboriginal health outcomes and support our communities to thrive. Thank you, and we are now happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you very much. Are you able to provide your opening statement to the Secretary? Committee members are interested in having a copy of your opening statement. Sure. That would be super helpful. Thank you.
There's a few little notes on there too.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. We'll proceed to questions and begin with Mr G.
Thank you all for appearing today and also for the statement you've just given. You've spoken about stereotyping and the negative impacts on this. What are some measures that can be put in place to stop this and to combat racism generally, do you think?
Yeah, I think Graham touched on it early before, what actually constitutes racism on social media and having a really clear definition of that. I don't understand, I understand freedom of speech, but when that speech has an effect on someone's mental health well-being to the point that it does here in Alice Springs, I can't accept that that's occurring without causing harm. I think that there needs to be a lot more stricter rules around the post and boast and some of the pages that are set up and the comments that are allowed to occur Some of the comments that we've seen on social media are just disgraceful, and they're allowed to be posted and people see this. It has an effect for us as well. You know, the portrayal of Alice Springs, not only on social media but in the media as well, has had a direct effect on us being able to recruit health professionals to come and live in Alice Springs. It's resulted in what are really expensive fly-in, fly-out models, because people see what's portrayed on social media and on media, and they don't want to come and live in this beautiful, beautiful country. So yeah, I think we need much more stricter laws around the spreading of hatred and racism on social media.
Thank you.
Can I add to that?
Yeah.
As a mother with young children, and as a mother to many nieces and nephews and grandkids, we have to teach our kids to walk strong in two worlds, because it is a racist affront that they walk into every day. So they have to actually lift heavier to be able to survive in this country, in their own country.
Yep.
So we need stereotyping to portray the positive brilliance that comes from our First Nations and what we offer, not being portrayed as and have young kids feeling ashamed of who they are or lost and not feeling a sense of pride. So I think as a country we have to embrace what our nations, our multiple varying nations across the country offer and have offered over many, many years, in order for our mob to feel strong and fully supported.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Venning.
Thank you both for providing evidence this morning. As a community-controlled health service, what are some of the outcomes that you've achieved that government can't necessarily achieve in these remote clinics? You know, what are the services that you provide over and above? Just can you explain that a little bit more for the committee, please?
I might talk to an example with the Mumpa community. We recently transitioned a Mumpa and Docker River from NT Government over to Congress. When we transitioned a Mumpa, they had the clinic open for 4 hours a week. We now have it open 3 days a week. The population was at around about 86 at the time of transition. It's now well over 160 and growing, because people are returning home to country because there is a good healthcare provider there. We have 2 nurses and a GP. We provide visiting services of diabetes educators, podiatrists, psychologists, social workers. So that's just one example. When clinics transfer from Northern Territory Government to Congress, there is a better investment. We often invest more workforce, so we have more GPs, we have more nurses, we have more allied health professionals, and it's a comprehensive primary healthcare approach. We invest and are strongly dedicated to Aboriginal employment. We're training up Aboriginal health workers at the moment to work in our clinics. We've got 8 Aboriginal health workers that we're investing in to work in our remote clinics. We have clinic assistants, our medical receptionists. We do as much as we can to make sure that we're employing local Aboriginal people in all of our clinics. We have a line of communities at the door wanting to transition to Congress, because we're much better at recruiting and retaining staff. Many Northern Territory Government clinics operate with locum agency nurses that come in, that they don't know the community. And yeah, they're very expensive. And look, I'm not saying that we don't have to do that as well. There are, but we definitely do recruit and retain remote area nurses. And, you know, some of our remote clinic managers have been around for 10, 12 years and have formed amazing bonds with the communities. The data speaks for itself. Our outcomes are better when primary health care is in Aboriginal hands.
And last one from me, Chair. Do you have any bureaucratic barriers or funding barriers that are stopping you from doing more work?
Look, Congress was set up many years ago around advocating for self-determination, and that we will continue to have policy positions across many fronts across the social and cultural determinants. Whilst there is strong investment over time, into comprehensive primary health care. We still have, we offer holistic health care. So there are aspects of health that we can't fully fund. We do have workforce challenges. We're having to compete with government workforce. We have policy positions. We can have money, but we have policy positions that don't support and require GP workforce to work in remote and regional areas. They would prefer to work on the East Coast or in cities. So there are certainly, in the healthcare system, there are policies that limit our effectiveness to be able to be as comprehensive as we can and have true access to healthcare across not just our town clinics but all of our remote clinics as well. So there's a number of different policy fronts, even around the child and family space, early years assessments and therapeutic work. But certainly, as I mentioned, the ability to effectively even provide targeted initiatives and ongoing programs for Aboriginal males and men, and that can be in the prison setting, where this government should be really taking a trauma-informed approach to how we do have our I guess, approaches of the justice system and the legal system. So I think, and a lot of our Aboriginal men who have very important roles in community are there for periods of time of which we could be doing some very valuable work around trauma-informed care and healing, and having step-down approaches from them being reintroduced back into families. So there's a raft of things that we would do even more expansive than what we do at this current day through Congress. Yep.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr Venning. Mr Chappie.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, ladies, for presenting here to the hearing today. One of the most important things I think the committee will do at the end of our process of going through the hearings will be a report that will have a list of recommendations. So my question to you would be, if in the work that you do in the communities you serve, if you've seen effective community-led programs that are addressing violence and racism that have been effective, that you could share with us.
I would say one of community-led would be men's behaviour change programs, so more investment in the Tangentyere men's behaviour change program. Congress has just started a men's behaviour change program ourselves called Codes for Life. Codes for Life is a workshop where we work with men that have just come out of prison. It's about reconnecting men back to their culture and their role and responsibility as men in their community, men and males. There's a difference. So I think further investment in, of course we need to invest in crisis accommodation and support for women experiencing domestic violence, but we also need to invest in the root cause of the problem, and that is men that are violent. And we need to invest in more therapeutic support whilst they're in prison, and support frameworks for when men come out of prison as well. So I think that there are absolutely examples of community-led programs like that in Alice Springs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Chappie. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. And just a follow-up to that question, I'm really concerned about violence here as well, particularly from the Northern Territory Police, particularly from the health system here, the education system here, and every other system that our people here have to try and navigate when it's racially violent. So can you comment on the violence of the system towards our people here, please?
Look, I think there are absolutely a portion of the police that have been racist and violent, but I've also experienced some wonderful police as well, so I do need to put that on the table. Look, I do think the police reached out and came and met with Congress following the inquest into Kumanjay Walker's tragic death in Yuendamu. They came and met directly with Congress, and it, sort of laid out the roadmap for moving forward. I think that the police do need praise on the appointment of Leanne Little and the work that she is leading, but there's still a long way to go. So I think we're only at the very start of some very important steps that need to take place, and the proof is in the pudding. So, you know, when we actually see the rollout of the work that Leanne is leading, will be, you know, we need to see some outcomes. Yeah, so I guess my experience with police is mixed. There's been good and there has been bad, so yeah.
Well, there's been mass incarceration since the CLP came into government. They've lowered the age of legal responsibility to 10 from 12. So the prison system here is full of our people, Aboriginal people. The police have, there's no accountability to the police for murdering Aboriginal people in the Northern Territory. So yes, there might be a few good cops, but how do we address the racism, not only with the police here, and we know that the Northern Territory police have been found to be racist. It's no secret that the cops are racist here. What do you want government to do, particularly the federal government, because they can step in here if they wanted to. Now, every system you're dealing with here is racist. Yep. So would you like the federal government to step in with their constitutional power to stop this racist government from perpetrating the systemic violence that they're doing? Would you like that to happen, or would you like to just tell me what you want?
Look, absolutely. I think there is institutionalised racism, there's systemic racism, there's racism across a lot of fronts. We've got a government that is very haphazard and dysfunctional here in the Territory. The Territory gets a different approach in how things are managed through policy and change, and so I think we bear the brunt of a lot of very punitive, knee-jerk reactions and somewhat levels of incompetence in really dealing with these issues at root causes and having long-term strategic partnerships with Aboriginal communities and having grassroots solutions. There's been solutions upon solutions put on the table, invented and then defunded. Yeah. And it's disheartening. And Aboriginal people do want to deal with this stuff. We don't want to sit down in this situation where you have kids being labelled and treated the way they are, and they're not actually treated as young children who have an opportunity to grow and learn and make mistakes. We don't. You just even look at our education system in the Territory here has been funded a lot of money, and they have not met the requirements of what is required for our young people to be educated, and that's just not good enough. They're not hiring teachers. We are so down in terms of even by having just the teachers to apply the current curriculum, but we need to get to a space of having bilingual education. We need to get to a space where we've got an education pathway from birth that's all the way through preschool years. We allow kids to drop off at preschool at 3 and 4 from the education system. I think across social cultural determinants, housing, all of the basic things that are required to support and have a safe environment for families is not consistent across this community, and certainly not our bush. So there are multiple issues, and racism is a part of it. We get told that we don't spend any more money on Aboriginal people because it goes nowhere and nothing happens and nothing changes, but we only probably see a small percentage of that money actually reach the ground to the people that it's supposed to be going towards. There's a lot of milking of resources that happen before it actually hits the ground. And so we're all about accountability and transparency at Congress. We want to make sure that the Aboriginal health investment does get to the people that it needs to get to. So I think we need competence, and we need a government that actually wants to see long-term solutions and invest in community-led solutions, which includes having Aboriginal people at every interface across all social services, health, everything, so that there is more of a presence and there's more of a culturally safe environment that we live in. And the solution can't be more and more cops. We have the ratio of cops to our population is, I think, the highest in the country. So it doesn't, and I don't think the police actually enjoy sitting at bottle-os every day either. I don't think that's what they signed up for.
They certainly get a lot more money from the feds in this territory. From my observation, even yesterday, from hearing from witnesses, I see that this is a sophisticated, slow genocide of Aboriginal people in the Northern Territory, stealing children, mass incarceration, causing mental harm. All of the indicators that meet the definition of genocide is happening in the Northern Territory. I don't see any... the Northern Territory government are going to continue this slow genocide against Aboriginal people here. Nothing's going to change because they're not talking to you about the solutions. And an example of that is diphtheria, a disease that became quite rare across the continent since the introduction of school-based vaccinations in the 1930s. So it's been spreading through our communities. And what's the Northern Territory government doing about that? Because it seems that the less that they do, the more harm that they're causing, and the more harm that they cause means they have more access to land and resources. So I know that's a big statement and a few questions in there, but firstly, do you agree with the sentiment that there potentially could be a case for genocide in the Northern Territory against Aboriginal people? And secondly, diphtheria, what supports have the Northern Territory government provided?
Look, the Northern Territory, in terms of diphtheria, I mean, for us at Congress, we are very proactive in terms of preventative health. Our bush clinics, we've had vaccination rate levels, some near at 100%. So when things like COVID or now this diphtheria matter have arisen, it's the strength of the Aboriginal community-controlled health sector that that kicks into gear in terms of what is the threat and how do we address that. But that's not consistent across the whole territory. Hence why a lot of Aboriginal communities want to transition to community control, where you're getting better preventative health care, which includes your immunisations and health checks and chronic disease management. So there's pockets in which that is true. The rates of diphtheria are really quite frightening, but also I think it's a reflection of what diphtheria coming back after many, many years is quite a sign of which the environment hasn't been looked after globally and this country. And I think the fact that then Aboriginal people have to bear the brunt of what comes out of not looking after country and doing the right thing in terms of the environment or how we're treating people and treating their health or doing mass broad spectrum antibiotics and things like that, and what are the impacts on people's actual health and their ability to maintain a healthy standpoint is serious, and it does kill people. So, and we have to be very cognizant that, we can't just deal with what's at today. We have to start to look towards, we've had the COVID epidemic, pandemic, we've now got diphtheria, we had Murray Valley and encephalitis, like things, there is a very different playing field that's happening now around health. So we do need support in the Aboriginal community-controlled health sector to be able to deal with that with our communities, because there's a lot of resistance and there's a lot of fear, and so we have to do the work to be able to build that confidence and engage effectively with very hard to reach Aboriginal communities, of which the NT Health, no, they don't do it as well. That's why they're more than wanting to transfer those services across to Aboriginal community control. So that's just to answer your point about the diphtheria and the health environment. But I think, and then there's also, you know, the thing about heat waves coming and floodings and emergencies that happen around, you know, people being stuck out bush, where we had a lot of flooding this year. So I think, and us not having a care flight chopper available to evacuate a man out of Indari because of flooding, and yet there was 2 care flight helicopters sitting up in Darwin, of which one of them was supposed to be promised to us. So things like that, we need to be prepared for emergencies too, because it's our communities who are at risk. And I think in terms of the child health space and the notifications, increasing notifications of neglect, that's just that we're just blaming people for being poor and having poverty and struggling, as opposed to building families. There is a room for taking children away for their safety, but we should be building families in the first instance, and recognising that a lot of Aboriginal families don't even have homes, or they're very displaced, or they're moving mobility from place to place, from bush to town, and that's because it's a family dynamic that you're having to deal with, not individuals. So we've got to work with Aboriginal communities in the way in which we work as living community groups and family groups with kinship systems, and we have to respect that that's how Aboriginal people are. That's how we're born and the lives that we live. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, I don't think Northern Territory government respect Aboriginal people here at all. But anyways,
thank you, Senator.
Happy to pass it on.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Thorpe. And you also might get some questions on notice from us as well, but I've got a couple of questions before we conclude our time with you. I'm interested in the experience of stolen gen survivors, and if you think the experience of stolen generation survivors is understood in the broader Australian community, and what their experience of racism is like in this country, if there are any differences you think that stolen gen survivors in particular experience in terms of racism. And I feel like there's multiple questions in this. Do you think that there's a role for truth-telling in helping with the experiences for stolen gen survivors?
Stolen generation members that we deal with every day, they do feel there is racism around being stolen. It's more of they were removed, and, you know, coming back to country and meeting their families again, they're not connected because of the situation of being removed and brought up in the their non-cultural ways. So when they're coming back, they're finding it really hard to find their cultural ways. And then you get some that actually think they're actually called, they call themselves coconuts, because that's what they're looked at, because they're brought up in a urban society, then not the actual cultural society. So, you know, we get a lot of that, and then we get the Territory Redress Scheme that's just like we're helping everyone put in for being removed away from families and communities. There's a lot of racism behind that, because people are getting not a compensation but a reparation funding money to actually. It's something that gives the community back. Sorry, I'm nervous.
It's okay, you can take your time. And also, if there's anything that you feel like you should have said that you didn't get a chance to say.
I'll say it later.
Yeah, well, and you absolutely can. You can also provide additional information to the committee too. So you can take your time.
No worries. So the territory redress scheme is a really big thing for our mob at the moment, to get a compensation or reparation back, just to say that, you know, this is what the government's saying. It's capped at a certain price. It was a bit of a recommendation from the Bringing Them Home report, which is our 30 years next year, and out of them 54 recommendations, not all of them have been met by the federal government. So that's where the truth telling comes out as well. So we get, like just recently, we've just done a project with the Healing Foundation to get our Stolen Generation members to tell their stories. So it's actually getting out in the communities and educating the next generation and the next generation, because a lot of the kids nowadays are getting the wrong information about our stolen generation. They're looking at, like Graham said before, the intervention children. They're looking at that as a stolen generation, and a lot of our mob are feeling torn between them. Like we've got, in Alice Springs, we've got a grandmother's group. A majority of them are stolen generations. So they're teaching their grandchildren as well as their great-grandkids about what they endeavoured when they were removed and put into institutions. Then there's other aspects of social media. Recently, we put out on the Congress social media about people coming in and applying or just inquiring about the territory redress scheme. We had to actually stop the comments because there is a lot of racist and derogatory wording against our people, and it's really, really hard. So, like, on a personal note, I'm light. My grandmother was part of the Stolen Generation movement back in the day. You know, like, I could walk into a room with a family member which is darker than me, and they will actually get ignored, but they'll talk to me. Until they actually realise who I am, then they'll realise that, you know, she's actually an Aboriginal person. They're just taken stereotype by the colour of us. Like, for instance, as with the bottle-os, you walk in, sorry, I'm not a drinker, but I'm just using it as an example. You walk in front of someone, they'll ignore, they won't even ask you for ID or anything, but someone behind you, they'll ask for ID. Then they'll ask where you're taking it, how much, who's there, all that sort of stuff. So there's a lot of it around in our communities. And like the anti-government, like Lydia says, there's a lot of them on there that are actually ex-prison officers or ex-coppers. You know, so there's a lot of that, and I'm friends with a couple of them, but there's, since they've got in, no.
No, thank you, appreciate that. And one final question. I'm interested in the racism you see in the education system for some of the kids that come to your services as well. Can you share with the committee some of those experiences and the changes you think need to happen there to support our kids?
I've got one example of we have Aboriginal children that require hearing aids, and funding that comes from I would say not an Aboriginal community controlled health service, but through a mainstream organisation. Those Aboriginal children are to leave their hearing aids at school and not take them home. That means that when they're at home, they're not hearing the beautiful Aboriginal languages that are being spoken in their home. So, you know, it's okay to leave your hearing aids at school, but not at home is just one example of something that I've come across in the last few years when it comes to the interface between the education system and the school system. Look, like Talissa, I'll probably think of a whole range of...
Yeah, and you're very welcome to take questions on notice, as I've said, so you can have some time to think about what you might want the committee to know, and then also where are the points that you think some change needs to happen. One
of the changes that we need to see is we need to see data. We need to see transparent data from the Department of Education. Congress has been calling on this for years. Like Lachey talked about before, there was a big investment from the Commonwealth into the education system that was meant for Aboriginal children, and we know that a lot of that investment was going to schools that happen to be in the zone of suburbs where there's not one housing commission house or one town camp. We're talking about zones where houses are $800 to $1.5 million. I doubt there would be many Aboriginal children in those schools. So whenever you ask for data from the Department of Education, nothing is forthcoming. We've been asking for this through the Tripartite Forum for a very, very long time. I think even just the lack of investment in transport to get Aboriginal children to school. We know a lot of children, they want to go to school, their families want them to go to school, but they face so many barriers. They're living in an overcrowded house with 20 other people. They have no transport, they have no way of getting to school. The way the system is set up is just not fit for purpose for Aboriginal people, unless we address the broader social determinants of health.
Can I ask a follow-up question of yours?
Yeah, very quickly.
Yes,
Everyone, yeah.
and that's deliberate. The system is designed to harm us. I just want to go back to Ms Ferguson. You talked about the Bringing Them Home report. I just, as a follow-up, do you recommend to this committee that the Bringing Them Home report should be fully implemented by the federal government?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe, for the very brief question. Appreciate it.
Get it on the record.
Thank you for your time this morning. That does conclude the time we have for questions. You'll probably get some written questions on notice from committee members from today, and as I mentioned, if there is anything additional that you want to provide to the committee, you will have until the 7th of August to provide that, and if that's going to be a problem, just get in touch with the Secretariat and let them know. And you'll be sent a copy of the transcript from today as well, and if you find any errors in there, you can request that they be fixed. So thank you very much. We will suspend very briefly while we welcome our next witnesses.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. program there.
Yeah.
Started. Are you good to go, or do you need? I now call on representatives from the Central Australian, no, that's not where I am, the Central Land Council to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Dr. Josie Douglas, General Manager, Professional Services at the Central Land Council.
Thank you.
Barbara Shaw, Deputy Chair for the Central Land Council, Region 1.
Thank you very much. I've got a short spiel to read and then I'll invite you to make an opening statement. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live on the Parliament's website. And we also have media in the room this morning as well. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we get to questions.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to start by acknowledging the Aranda people of the land on which we meet today and pay respect to leaders past, present and emerging. Good morning. My name is Josie Douglas. I'm the General Manager for Professional Services at the Central Land Council. I'm a Waterman woman who has called Alice Springs home for 35 years. I will now hand over to Barb Shaw, the Deputy CEO of the CLC, to introduce herself and to read out CLC's opening statement on behalf of the Central Land Council.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, all. I'd like to also acknowledge the Aranda people on which the land we're meeting as well. By way of the background of the Central Land Council is a statutory entity established under the Aboriginal Land Rights Act and is a native title representative body under the Native Title Act. We have a membership of close to 24,000 Aboriginal people, including traditional owners across Central Australia and the Barkly. We advocate for our constituents on land-based economics, social policy and legal matters to make sure our families, our languages, our land and cultures survive and thrive into the future. The Central Land Council acknowledges Minister Milindary McCarthy for acting quickly to initiate this inquiry in response to the disgraceful racist attacks on Aboriginal people at the Perth Invasion Day rally and the neo-Nazi attacks on Aboriginal people at Camp Sovereignty in Melbourne earlier on this year. We would also like to say that how upset we are at the government of the Northern Territory, which has not demonstrated any similar levels of concerns for fronting this inquiry. It beggars disbelief. This is an example of a disgraceful and ongoing racism that our people face. It is the racism we have lived with since colonisation, and quite frankly, it is this racism that we still face day to day. Sadly, our members and constituents report levels of racism in the Northern Territory still remains high, because we don't know where we can go to make complaints about racism. It is interpersonal and institutionalised that has gained a new and wider audience through social media. Like other land councils, we track and move racist comments from our social media sites every day. It is tiring and depressing for our non-Aboriginal staff that work in our media team. Our adults and children read the vile racist context of sites like Action for Alice, Alice Community Forum, and report feeling angry and sad. Some comments that are recorded on the sites are just,
hours later include bring back public flogging, these people are totally out of control, time for high velocity lead therapy, take all costs from royalties and hand them the bill of damages and a shovel to dig their own graves. And comments could be even more worse on social media, especially when it comes to Alice Springs. In the Northern Territory, racism is also still deeply embedded in institutions that should be there to support, protect and strengthen the well-being of the rights of our people. These include the police, child protection, education, mainstream health, housing and the justice system. We also speak to the Northern Territory government, as we speak today, the Northern Territory is preparing to introduce the Childcare and Protection of Children Legislative Amendment Bill, which will effectively dismantle the hard-fought work Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander child protection, child placement principles. When it is passed, it will deliver more Aboriginal children into the in and out of home care. In the Northern Territory, we are already having the highest rate in the country, removing them from families and the kinship network. The bill has also widely condemned by Aboriginal families, legal services, Aboriginal controlled health services and child welfare advocates in the Northern Territory and Australia-wide, yet the Northern Territory government is pushing towards ignoring the voices of Aboriginal people. The Northern Territory Child Commissioner and a Larrakia woman, Shalana Musk, was sidelined by the Northern Territory government during the development of the bill and resigned in protest last week. In our region, we have also experienced the harm of racism by the police force. This includes the tragic and preventable deaths of 2 young Warlpiri men at the hands of police. May they rest in peace. The coroner of Kumanjay Walker, who was shot by Constable Zachary Brolp, found that Brolp had engaged in everyday or interpersonal racism attacks on Aboriginal people, and that he worked in an organisation with significant hallmarks of institutionalised racism. The death of a disabled man, Kumanjay White, who was physically restrained in the Coles supermarket by 2 off-duty police officers, was allegedly stealing lollies, resulted in no charges against them. The prosecution believes there wasn't a reasonable chance of the prosecution after Queensland Police provided a report saying the use of force was appropriate. This was a difficult and devastating decision for the families to accept when a young man has lost his life for taking food. Families of the deceased and organisations, including the Land Councils, Aboriginal legal services and health services, have repeatedly called for an independent body to be established to investigate police in potential criminal matters, but our calls have been denied and ignored. In 2025, the Northern Territory Police released a police anti-racism strategy led by Arundel woman Leanne Little's Cultural Reform Unit. The strategy has been welcomed by the Central Land Council as a positive step, but it also reflects recognition by the police that the force has serious institutionalised problems with racism, and a reality confirmed by the coroner in the Kumanjay Walker inquiry. The Central Land Council's submission to the inquiry is also informed by our members and lived experiences of racism and is based on consultations held by the Executive and full Council in March and April. They include terrible examples of face-to-face, online and institutionalised racism. None of this is new and has been reported in many previous inquiries and royal commissions. Our frustration at the lack of government's action is addressed to address racism informs our submissions main recommendations, which were endorsed at our April Council meeting. At the heart of these recommendations is a deep frustration at more than 200 years since colonisation. So many Australians remain arrogant and don't care about or deny the brutal colonial history of modern Australia and its painful legacy, the racist beginning that has robbed so many Aboriginal people of a bright and optimistic future. We recommend that the committee urges the Australian Government in the strongest terms to finally establish a Makarara Commission to oversee the rollout of truth-telling across the nation. The nation can't move on properly until all Australians know and understand our shared history. We also ask that the committee to recommend that the Australian Government honours the contributions of First Nations Australians to previously review royal commissions and inquiries and act quickly to implement their important recommendations or determine why they have failed to deliver better outcomes. The 1987 Royal Commission into Deaths in Custody, the Commission report identified systematic discrimination across the justice system and made 339 recommendations. 35 years later, there have been further 637 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander deaths in custody, just like Senator Thorpe is always mentioning in Parliament. In 1997, Bringing Them Home report. In 1925, the Healing Foundation reported that 6% of the report's recommendation recommendations have been implemented. On Sorry Day this year, Mick Dodson slammed government's woeful failures to act and said, I don't think they care. And secondly, maybe they just not waiting. Maybe they are just waiting for all of the survivors to die so their problems can go away. In 2007, the Little Children Sacred Report made 97 recommendations, yet the Northern Territory intervention, which purportedly to protect children, ignoring all but three of them. In 2017, the Royal Commission into the protection and detention of children in the Northern Territory made 227 recommendations. Almost 10 years later, the Northern Territory has the highest incarceration rate of Aboriginal children in the country. Shockingly, the children of Central Australia who are on remand and with convictions and refused bail and transported to Darwin to Holt's facility, which is 115 kilometres away. No. 1,500 kilometres away from their families. The Joint Standing Committee inquiry into the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples reported in 2023. So far, the recommendations on to implement the national action plans to align Australian laws within the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples has not been implemented. The Australian Human Rights Commission National Anti-Racism Framework was released in 2023. None of these recommendations have ever been implemented. We reiterate the point made by others that at this inquiry must make a tangible difference. The committee's recommendations to the government must be clear, practical and consistent with decades of testimonies from Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. We cannot afford a repeat of the past and have inquiries just gather dust and sit on the shelf. I will finish by saying that this poison of racism affects all of us. We cannot allow it to steep deeper into the fabrics of our nation at the expense of a tolerant and fair society which we have always claimed to be. Understand the history of ongoing terrible terms of the historic and ongoing racism in the essential first step for Australians to finally start addressing the problems of racism. And if we don't act now, it will be to the detriment of our future. And I guess I'm done, and I'll hand it over to you guys for questions.
Thank you very much for that opening statement. You covered a lot of ground. So thank you very much. We'll go to questions and begin with Mr G.
Yes, look, thank you both very much for your evidence and also for the very extensive Central Land Council submission which you've made. There's a lot in there and I haven't got a lot of time to ask questions, so maybe I'll just deal with one aspect of your submission, which goes to an effective community policing model. This is in your policing and justice section on page 18 of your submissions. And you indicate that you would like to see a reinvigoration of a cross-cultural community policing model to assist with early engagement with fighting and unrest before it escalates, and where possible reducing the need for police intervention, and that an effective community policing model would also facilitate effective engagement of attending police, etc. Would you mind just expanding on that and the barriers that have been experienced in not having a cross-cultural community policing model or an effective one?
I'll start. Thank you. In terms of a community policing model, that would first and foremost start with the employment of local Aboriginal people who are language speakers,
yep,
who are strong in language and culture, understand the community and understand families and the context of community politics. The NT government has a long way to go in terms of its own Aboriginal employment targets that it has set itself. It's never achieved those targets since the Northern Territory became self-governing in 1978. So sadly, there's a lot more work to go in terms of Aboriginal employment across the public service in the Northern Territory. And this, of course, includes the Northern Territory Police Force. We understand that efforts have been made in terms of recruitment to the police force. We would like to see more Aboriginal community police officers, more liaison officers, positions where local Aboriginal people can step into. We have fantastic Aboriginal community police officers doing a really great job. We need more. We need more numbers across the Northern Territory, and I think that would be a much-needed step in the right direction. So that, my point goes to Aboriginal people working in the NT Police Force. Then, of course, in terms of an Aboriginal community policing model, it goes to then the substantial numbers that make up the Aboriginal the police force, which is largely non-Aboriginal people in the police force. And we want relationships to be developed between Aboriginal police officers and community members, and there's lots of ways that have been well established over time in terms of how that relationship can be strengthened between the police and communities. We know that through the work of Leanne Little that there's been a rollout of cross-cultural reform that's required in the police. I think it's a strategy on paper. What the problem that we have got is that cultural reform work that Leanne Little's leading, it needs to be implemented, and implementation has a cost. And to date, I don't think that the Northern Territory Government has come forward to say, we have a strategy and this is what we're going to do, this is what we're going to fund to achieve the aims, the reforms that's required. I'll now hand to the Deputy Chair.
Here in the Northern Territory, we have the police have their own legislation, so with what's been going on with our people, that legislation, you know, the police commission, anti-police commissioner needs to be looked into a little bit further than what they're actually doing on the grounds to our people. In some of our remote communities in the Central Land Council region, we have no police presence whatsoever. So if there's no police presence, then our community night patrol should be funded a lot more to deal with community issues. The police also should be working with our night patrols throughout the Northern Territory in either communities or in our major town centres. Better partnership with our night patrols should be a lot better, and more communicating with our peoples on the ground. It's good to see that we've got Aboriginal people working in the workforce with police force with language-based skills, but at the end of the day, they can't do a lot. They don't have the powers like other police officers do.
So it's lack of funding, lack of willpower that's preventing an effective community policing model being implemented? Is that where it is?
As an example, out on the Sandover Highway, there's an $800 million police station with 6-foot-6 fences built around it, accommodation for travelling police officers. They have to go through the 26 homelands within the Utopia, 26 or 16? 16 main homelands around New Store, or within the Utopia region. Also travel further north to Mbladwich and across to Lake Nash, which is close to the Queensland border. Lake Nash does not have a police station, so the nearest police station that they get assistance from is across the border. And because they're in a different jurisdiction, they can't come across and actually arrest people in the Northern Territory or, you know, act on community safety. Where my family lived in the Katy region up at Barrow Creek, if there's any trouble on my homeland, they either have to ring the Tea Tree police station or the Alakarung police station. That's like 100 k's each way, so there's not a lot of immediate help at the time. So people are actually having to wait a few hours, you know, or even the next day, which is disgusting, because somebody could be killed or murdered or have serious bodily harms. And there's, on top of that, there's really no residential nurses or doctors, travelling remote area nurses in our communities as well. And that's another thing with funding. So yeah, And, you know, just our mob are always at our councils, and even like some, you know, if they're not on our council, they're always talking about how their family's been, how the way they've been treated by the police. As a personal story, one of my brothers, we got our grandmothers or sisters, so to call him brother, he got picked up by police just by walking home with his shopping back to his little family. 6 police officers on motorbikes and paddy wagons actually approached him, took his shopping off him, locked him up in a car, and what he turned around and said is, "I know what you mob are going to do to me." I said, "I know what you mob are going to do to me," and he pulled out his phone and started recording. And then he goes, "Before you mob get me out of here, before I get out of this car, I want you to take me to my big sister's house." And she only just lives up the road. And yeah, they ended up letting him go because he knew that I'd do something about it. So if there aren't no police out there, then who's actually helping us with community safety, especially if our night patrols are being defunded? And it's better, you know, according to government, it's always better to save money in this department than this department because it's not working. And that's a problem that we have in the Northern Territory.
Thank you. So it's a shame the Northern Territory government did not appear at these territory hearings, so we could have raised issues such as this with them. But thank you very much for your evidence.
Thank you, Mr G. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing today. You spoke about the need for independent oversight body for investigations of police misconduct and deaths in custody. Do you think the federal government should lead on developing this, given deaths in custody is a national crisis? And we've had just recently on Wednesday a 21-year-old Aboriginal man died in New South Wales, so the numbers are increasing all the time. So we know that there's little or no hope with the Northern Territory government because they're very racist, and other state governments aren't interested in an independent oversight of these police officers who are committing crimes. Should a recommendation of this inquiry be the federal government to establish an independent oversight of police? Because at the moment, police investigate police, and with over 600 deaths in custody and no one accountable for killing our people in the system, should there be an independent oversight?
I'll go first and then hand to Madam Deputy Chair. In terms of the principle that police should not be investigating police is something that the Central Land Council strongly supports, and we have made submissions to this effect over time. We have 2 recent examples that the Deputy Chair has mentioned, and the Central Land Council has come out strongly saying that the police should not be investigating police, and that goes to the matter of 2 coronials. In terms of, so we would certainly support that in principle at a Commonwealth level and certainly at a jurisdictional level in the Northern Territory. There has to be independence, there has to be transparency, and above all, there needs to be accountability. Police need to be held accountable for their actions. And of course, there are police, good police trying their very hardest. But when you have systemic and structural racism, it's very hard for it just makes it very hard. So in terms of the recommendations from a report delivered 35 years ago, the 1987 Royal Commission into Deaths in Custody, This is a very significant and important report, and those recommendations, 35 years later, and the systemic discrimination across the justice system that were identified in that report, nothing has come of those recommendations, and that is quite alarming and disappointing, given that there's been a further 637 deaths in custody. So the work has been done, Senator Thorpe, in terms of inquiry after inquiry, report after report, and as was said in our opening statement by Deputy Chair Barb Shaw, we would hope that an action from this inquiry would that be reports and their recommendations are picked up and acted on. Thank you.
And yes, a lot of our constituents and our family members are always saying, because of the recent deaths of the two Warlpiri men, there was a previous one also before that, and that was Briscoe, where he was also died at the hands of police. Yes, there should be a watchdog to watch, set up to watch and keep an eye on the police, and also there should be amendments to the police commission here in the Territory, because we are, given that we're a territory and not a state, different rules apply to the Northern Territory compared to every other state in Australia.
Thank you.
Any questions, Senator Thorpe?
So I heard that that recommendation was the full implementation of the Royal Commission into Aboriginal Deaths in Custody from 1991. Was that the recommendation? Just to clarify. Because I personally have been pushing that since I walked into the federal space, and no one's been interested yet, not Labor or Liberal. So there's a lot of work to do. So we've also heard that since the failed Voice referendum that racism, there's a licence to be racist now. It's cool and popular to be a racist. You can get away with being a racist these days, whereas prior to the referendum, you kind of were pulled up a bit. But it's things have changed. So has it changed here in that regard?
Well, certainly since the Voice referendum, and the Voice was something that the Central Land Council strongly supported in all of its form. Since the unsuccessful referendum, and there was great forces spreading misinformation that contributed to a misunderstanding of what was being called for. And that was simply for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people to be able to have some say and inform policy matters related to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in its simplest sense. Unfortunately, as we know, history, the referendum was unsuccessful. Since that time, it's almost like there is now permission and acceptance for hurtful, painful comments based on racism and prejudice to be more openly expressed. And we are certainly feeling that through the social media platforms of the Central Land Council and the vile and repulsive and racist remarks that we receive on our social media platforms. Often in response to really positive stories that are coming out from Central Australia, from really positive, wonderful, good things that Aboriginal people are doing and are achieving. So there's a permission now, and I think people feel that it's now acceptable to be able to express their racist opinions and thoughts. My concern is the impact it's having on young people, on our little people, on our youth, on our children. And this is completely unacceptable. I hand over to...
With the referendum, yeah, it brought out the ugly in people. But even prior to that, in 2007, with the Northern Territory Emergency Response, anti-intervention, the Racial Discrimination Act was suspended and set aside. So, you know, former John Howard, or former Prime Minister John Howard, our former Indigenous Affairs Minister Mal Brough, you know, set that aside and then placed a law that only affected Aboriginal people living in the Northern Territory and prescribed areas, communities, homelands and our town camps. And mind you, I'm a town camper myself, fourth generation. That gave an open invitation for non-Aboriginal people to treat us in the worstest way ever. They, you know, the government, the legislation basically demonised our Aboriginal men as women bashers and rapists, you know, child rapists, and then made me look like I was an unfit mother. And at the time, I'm a mother of two, but also a carer for so many children. And you know, people just don't understand the family dynamics of Aboriginal people and how family orientated we are. But when it comes to the racism around a referendum, all we wanted was a voice to be seated at, you know, somebody to be seated at the table where we can be able to make informed decisions around future legislations that affect Aboriginal people, you know, at a federal level. But for somebody like me who's at a grassroots level, you know, I know that we've got Aboriginal people in Parliament, but is that enough for us? You know, so same again, it's given permission to treat us differently and in a very racist way. And, you know, social media and people that saying, you know, that we don't need a voice to Parliament, it's not worth it, you know, because we're not going to address the domestic violence or, you know, the child abuse in our communities. But at the end of the day, all we wanted was a seat at the table, and that's why when you look at the results of the referendum, majority of Aboriginal people in the Northern Territory voted yes, and especially in our remote Aboriginal communities where we're suffering from systemic racism around health, education, employment, housing, everything.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Mr. Benny.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you both for providing evidence this morning. Ms Shaw, in your opening statement, you said that racism is embedded in institutions. What are the clearest current examples of institutional or structural racism affecting Aboriginal people in Central Australia, and what evidence supports that assessment?
Well, you're going to get me started. I don't know where to start, but when it comes to institutionalised racism, a clear example is our education system. So in remote communities, you got a different curriculum than you do at schools here in a major town centre like Alice Springs, out of public school, and then it's completely different to a private school. So that's where institutionalised racism is around education. And not a lot of our kids are going to school and attending school because of what they're being taught or what's not being taught, or our teachers and our learned staff doesn't have the compassion about how Aboriginal people and our children, their educational needs are within the education system. Our health services and disabilities, like our young fella wouldn't have been, he wouldn't have been killed in Coles if he was escorted by his carers. You know, and if he was a known person to shop at Coles supermarket, the security guards would have known what kind of person he was, you know. But unfortunately, you had a off-duty police officer who didn't really have a care in the world of this person, except that he was Aboriginal and he was stealing. And that was probably the only food that he was going to have that day if he'd actually walked out of the shops with it. And also, you know, with the health department, we've got clinics out in our remote communities, our little health clinics or services out there, but they're not staffed. So where my family's community, and even if 750 kilometres out of town west, out in our region 5 region, which is the Pintabee country, they got clinics, but they're not staffed. So they have to travel into town. And that's anywhere from up to 700 kilometres to access the health services in our major town centres. That's another form of institutionalised racism. Not only that, there's also subtle and racism as well. Like if I was to go into a shop, the person in front of me would be greeted in a friendly manner, and where I'd be next and I'd just get a blank face and no response whatsoever, even though I was having a good day, or I could have been having a bad day. And no response, so that's a subtle racism. Another subtle racism and institutionalised racism is security guards. They're not police officers. They are there to protect the shopper or protect the staff. Yet as soon as you walk in, they won't follow you, but as soon as I walk in, they'll follow me. You understand what I'm saying? Yep. So you can walk in with your children, and I can walk in with my children, but they won't follow you, but they'll follow me. So in response to that, I always say, do you want to push my trolley? You know? Another institutionalised racism, we've got health and housing. You, as you know, with a universal family, can have a bedroom for each of your kids, and you can have a little granny flat for your visiting relative. But me, I've got a bedroom, I've got a house, 4-bedroom house, and in each of those rooms is a family. So the intervention was supposed to have addressed overcrowding, and yet it hasn't. The NT government says that they're building bigger and better homes. They're not actually addressing the overcrowding situation. They're still going to have a family in each bedroom. So in our homes, compared to your homes, I've got 4 generations living in my house. 4 families living in my house. So that's a institutionalised racism around homelands, around housing. Repairs and maintenance. You can get if you had a rock thrown in your house, you could get your window fixed that day. I have to wait 6 months to get my house, after I've reported my emergency repairs and maintenance. I can't get it done unless there's another house that needs other windows fixed. We have to have more than one house in a remote community to have those repairs and maintenance done, and we could wait up to 6 months to a year before anything is done. Another form of racism, you can have a barbecue and an outdoor oven, ground oven or fire pit in your yard or your house, but whereas I can't. I have to get written permission to have a fire pit in my house, even just to cook in my yard, to cook a kangaroo tail or cook traditional foods. But I have to get written permission for that. So that's around the housing issues. I'll hand over to
Just conferring, I'd like to add to the points raised by our Deputy Chair in terms of housing. And I bring to the committee's attention the issue of remote housing, which is public housing. And I bring to your attention 3 coronials over the last 20 years that relates to housing and sadly, tragically, relates to the death of 3 Aboriginal children. The first coronial was over 20 years ago in Tennant Creek. A 6-year-old died from electrocution. More recently, we had a tragedy in a remote community where a toddler died as a result of a septic system and repairs not being made to that. And then more recently, public housing, a child from a house fire. 3 coronials over the last 20 years put out recommendations for repairs and maintenance for housing. Deaths of 3 Aboriginal children. And yet we are still fighting very hard to have the Northern Territory Government reform the way it does and delivers its cyclical repairs and maintenance system. We're getting them there, and there's some good people in the department trying their very hardest. But you have to ask yourself, we've had 3 coronials in regards to repairs and maintenance, in regards to the public housing system that the NT government's responsible for, deaths of 3 children, and yet we still have a system that is not delivering on adequate and timely repairs and maintenance to its public housing system. So that is an example, Deputy Chair Venning, in terms of what institutional racism looks like, and I would suggest that when you have 3 coronials, deaths of 3 Aboriginal children, and you still have a system that hasn't been brought up to speed, a system where we've had recommendations that hasn't improved the way it does its business. And this goes across previous governments. You know, we've had recommendations from these coronials over many, many years. And we don't want any more Aboriginal children dying because there hasn't been a system in place that looks after electrical safety and other safety issues that a cyclical repairs and maintenance system done in a timely way could attend to.
And I'd just like to add to, you know, just recently this year we had the loss of little Kumanjay baby girl. The system actually failed her, you know, as an Aboriginal person in this country, and as a victim and also the mother, you know. The system failed them. And not only that, the victim, the perpetrator also fell through the gaps of this system. You know, a lot of our mob are always asking for our men and women to be bailed out to the communities and, you know, put on programs or have outreach. But it doesn't happen in our remote communities because they're just too far away and governments won't fund programs to go out into the bush. because it's too much money for people. But a clear example of another one of failing our next generation is the system failed baby girl and her family.
Thank you. I've just got, we have gone over time, so I appreciate you sticking around a little bit longer to answer our questions. And I will indicate that committee members have said that they will have questions on notice to you. We haven't got to ask all of the questions that we wanted to today. I've just got one question before we conclude our time with you. And you've raised concerns about racism online. And in your submission, you raised serious concerns, in particular, about the Facebook page Action for Alice and the high volume of racist comments that it attracts. I'm interested in what you think Meta should be doing with this page, and also what are the things that you think, what are some of the rules? How do you think there's a place for government to be regulating social media content when it's racist, as you've indicated?
Absolutely, there's a role for government to be regulating content and to be regulating racism in terms of what appears online. And I think there needs to be standards and rules around what can be put on a public-facing page. And in terms of the moderation of these comments, there needs to be strengthened moderation of comments in regards to online pages and social media platforms.
Do you think pages like Action for Alice that are blatantly racist should be removed?
Yes, they should be removed.
What you also need to do is actually strengthen the RDA, where people of colour can be protected, and get rid of 5126 of the Australian Constitution, which only the federal government or Commonwealth government can make laws for people of colour. And Australia is a multicultural society. You can't go past no one without seeing a person of colour. So, yeah, protect Aboriginal people more by strengthening the RDA, and also when making legislations or amendments, get Aboriginal people involved, get them at the table, because whatever legislation is going to be made at the hands of, you know, politicians or either federal level or territory level in the future, we actually need to be there at the table. And there needs to be stronger human rights scrutiny on legislations.
Thank you very much for your time and for staying a little bit longer. That concludes the time we've got for questions. You will get some questions on notice from committee members, and you will have until the 7th of August to respond. And if that's going to be a challenge, then just get in touch with the Secretariat and chat with them about it. And you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence from today. And if you read through it and see that there's any errors in there, you can request that they be fixed. So
The statement that I read out, we're going to probably table it and send it to everyone.
Yeah, that would be incredible. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We will now suspend very briefly for morning tea and return at 11:45. sort my notes. I now call on representatives from the Stars Foundation to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
My name is Rebecca Allison Mack and I am the Regional Manager for Stars Foundation in the Central and Barkly region.
Thank you very much. Now, I've got a short spiel I need to read out and then we'll get to some questions. So, although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. And there is no media in the room, but the audio from today is being broadcast live on Parliament's website.
Okay.
So there's no visuals, but the audio, people can tune in and listen live.
Yep.
Now, you can see on our nameplates the committee members that are here today. I understand you don't have an opening statement.
No, I'm sorry.
No, that's completely fine. We'll proceed directly to questions.
Okay.
And thank you for appearing today and appearing earlier than you were scheduled to on the program. I appreciate you help assisting us with the moving feast of managing programs. We might just start with if you can tell us a little bit about the Stars Foundation and what it is that you do as an organisation.
Okay. As I mentioned earlier, it's day 5 for me in the role. I have been working for Stars for a couple of months as program coordinator in that capacity, but not at a corporate level. So my work with Stars or Stars Foundation is an organisation that works with schools, Australia-wide, I believe, and our objectives are to provide support for our Aboriginal girls. Basically in any area that they need support in. We work with the schools as a partnership and we offer pickups, food, referral support, but we are a safe place for those girls to come and be themselves. And hopefully our space gives them a bit more confidence to come to school and encourages them to come to school because we've got, we help them with whatever they need help with.
Thank you for explaining what the Stars Foundation does. Are you, noting that you're 5 days into the role, education is really important for your success in life.
Yeah.
And we've heard evidence from other witnesses about the racism that kids experience in school and how that then leads to our kids disengaging from school because they don't feel like it's safe for them. Is that something that happens here that you see as well?
Not in my experience. The schools that I went to as a young person growing up, me personally never had that problem, and I haven't come across that with our girls in the school that I'm working with or that I was working with previous to this role that I'm in now. I do know that I have had family members and friends and other people that I know that have experienced racism in schools, and that has stopped them from accessing education, but not me personally.
And what do you think? Because it's always good to hear experiences of people in the education system where they haven't had that, like the racism at school.
Yeah.
What do you think was different about the school that you went to that made a difference for you that other schools don't necessarily have?
The colour of my skin is got a lot to do with how I'm perceived or how I'm treated. I'm not very dark, as you can see, and I think that has sort of meant that I've been treated differently because of that. Sorry, can you repeat the other bit of that question, please?
So I think you've answered it, and that, like you're saying, like your experience at school was partly due to that you're lighter skin than other people who then might experience more racism at school. So that that's good.
Yeah.
That's a part of the difference.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
My son is dark skinned, and I've already, through his little short life of 7 years, have experienced him being treated differently when I'm not in eyesight. And that's something that I'm very apprehensive about as he grows older, as an Aboriginal dark-skinned male, particularly in Central Australia.
Yeah, I was going to ask a quick follow-up question, then I'll flip it
on you.
I suppose I was just asking, Mr. G's indicated his first question. I just wanted to ask about, because what goes to my mind when you talk about your son and how he navigates the world is the extra burden actually that's placed on Aboriginal mothers to keep their kids safe.
Yeah.
Do you think that's something that is unique for Aboriginal women and mothers and families that we have to do? We have to prepare our kids for racism, actually.
Yeah, 100%. My mum is non-Indigenous, and I don't think she quite understands how I feel about my son because she didn't have that problem with us. And I don't know if I'm going to have that problem with my son, but I feel like it's something that's always at the front of my mind when we go to places, we're eating at restaurants, when we walk into shops, and because of the experience that his dad's also had, and his concerns and worries about our son that he's spoken to me about to keep an eye out on, because obviously we had very different experiences as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. G.
That was a very good question. Can you tell us a bit more about the experiences of your son and his dad? Like what would be some examples of that, the different treatment?
Just the acceptance walking into places. When I walk in with my son, as long as I'm holding his hand, then we're generally warmly welcomed, offered support, offered assistance, things like that. Whereas when my son would walk somewhere with his dad, it would be a little bit more focus on what they were doing, and he earned more money than I did. But the focus was a little bit more, you could notice that, you know, there's someone always popping their head around the corner, or, yeah, it was just subtle notices. Nothing too obvious, but definitely made you feel uncomfortable.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Benning.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for coming this morning. Could you just help the committee understand the location of the 4,000 girls that you support across Australia? Are they metropolitan, remote, towns like Alice Springs?
Yep. I'll do my best. We have programs in every state of Australia except for the ACT and Tasmania, I think, and they're both remote, like Alice Springs, Tanner Creek, Nhulunbuy, and in Darwin, Perth, Adelaide. I could pull up a map and have a look, but I can't think off the top of my head, I'm sorry.
You can also provide information on notice as well. So
Okay.
anything that you don't have the full response to today, you'll have until the 7th of August to get additional information to the committee as well.
Can I write that down?
The Secretary will
okay.
email. Sorry.
All right.
Mr. Benning.
The reason I ask is I believe that the challenges that we face with youth education with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander kids is different in metropolitan areas and in remote areas.
Agreed.
Certainly the communities that I represent in regional South Australia, remote South Australia, the attrition rates are low and are getting worse. And they're quite shocking actually. So, do you have any views on how we can improve the attrition rates of students in our remote communities in Australia?
Yeah, I think when you're talking about remote communities, the first step is talking to the community. The community will always know what that community needs, and it's going to be different from a community that could even be 100 kilometres away. So understanding the people in that community that have the voice to be able to explain what the community needs is very, very important. And I think the most important thing is talking to the right people in that community and the cohort of people that you're trying to assist with. So it's good to talk to youth, it's good to talk to the staff, it's good to talk to the carers, the parents, the grandparents, like just getting everyone's opinion.
Yeah, great. And if you were to expand your foundation into more communities, in my view, more remote communities, what do you need from the Commonwealth Government in order to do so?
I would assume funding, but I'd have to find out from our corporate team exactly what it would look like to establish, roll out and successfully run a program in a remote location. Because then we're taking into consideration accommodation, travel, all of those different things.
And so you have a physical presence often with these schools. How do you roll out your program, so to speak?
I don't know. I haven't been involved in a program setup or rollout, but I'm sure there's a process and I can get back to you on that one.
Thanks, Becky. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Senator Thorpe.
Thanks for appearing today. One of the reoccurring themes in this inquiry has been tackling systemic racism. And it's not just about changing attitudes, it's about changing who holds power and who makes those decisions. Do you agree that First Peoples should lead the organisations and services that work with our communities?
Yes, I do. I think there needs to be, their voice definitely needs to be heard and their ideas, but I also feel like that we need our people to be at a position of knowledge and education and confidence to be able to do that and be taken seriously. So whether they have someone that's supporting them to grow into what they need to be, but definitely leading, yes, with support if support is needed, not just chucked into a position and expected to succeed.
So on that note, do you know what the breakdown of staff who are First People compared to non-Indigenous people are in your organisation, and what levels are First Peoples in your organisation?
No, I don't have that information, but I can take that on notice and get back to you.
Thank you. And just finally, I see that there's you've got on your board, there's a non-executive chair of a multinational mining company and a former BHP executive. And given, the harm that BHP and mining does to our people and our country and our water, do you see any issues with having someone from an ex-BHP and multinational mining company board member on the board? Or is that a good thing?
I haven't, to be completely honest, I'm unfamiliar with our board members. It's not something that I've looked at just yet, so I don't have any comment on that right now.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Take it. Oh, sorry, 5 days. I missed that. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
I'll just put them on notice That's fine. Well, you're brave coming here after 5 days. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Thorpe. Can you, I wonder if you can, I suppose, tell us why you think the mentoring and support for young women and girls in schools is important.
It's important because we always need someone to look up to. When I was growing up, we had Auntie Joni and Auntie Julie in the ASPA committee, and they weren't my biological aunties, but they still to this day are someone that I consider to be trustworthy, and they would do anything for us. But they would also, we knew our boundaries with them. We knew what we couldn't do, we knew what we could do, but they were a safe place for me, and I hope to be a safe place for our girls. Someone who they can look up to in the community. Like, I don't get everything right, I'm human, but I try my absolute best to be the best person that I can be, so I can help people, so I can show my son what it's like to be a good person, and to be there for my friends and family and my community. I think it's just really important that we have people to go to that we can trust.
Absolutely, absolutely, and especially if one of the things that those young women and girls is experiencing in schools is racism and discrimination because of who they are.
Yeah.
It's important that they have somebody they go to and can share that experience with.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. What do you? I suppose I'm wondering where the kind of parallels are, where what do you see someone like in your position will be able to do to support young girls when they experience racism in schools? Like, where do you see that kind of interface being for your organisation?
So I feel like for the majority of schools that I've touched base with so far, they're happy and they love the STARS program. So we have really good relationships with the leadership team and the executive team of our schools. So having that direct contact with the executive team or the leadership team, where we feel comfortable taking issues to them and know that they're going to be addressed, we can do that. And we've done that in the past, not particularly with this subject or this topic, but with girls being placed into a room that was predominantly boys, and they didn't feel comfortable. So we would go and have a conversation with the leadership team and say, this young girl is not going to continue going to this class, which is going to make a negative impact on her grades, and it's purely because of the cohort that's in the room. What can we do to change it? And they have done everything in their power to make sure that our girls are feeling comfortable in the environment that they're in, whether they're changed out of that particular class or whether we've worked out an alternative seating arrangement or support or adding additional people in there to make it feel comfortable. They have been really great in my experience. I've only been with this organisation for about 5 months altogether, but the 5 months has been really positive.
Thank you. One follow-up from Senator Thorpe, and then I'll go to Mr. Chaffey.
I'm just looking at your website, and there's a lot of staff on here and a lot of board members. I'm just wondering why the STARS Foundation, and no disrespect to you, sis, why they've sent someone that's only been working with the organisation for 5 days when, like, I even know some of these people on here from the Northern Territory. Is there a reason why they sent you and no one else has come to back you up?
I'm not sure. Maybe they just... I have no idea.
Would you mind taking that on notice and maybe going back to the STARS Foundation and providing to the committee why they sent you? Because 5 days is quite unfair.
Yeah.
Like, if I was the employer, I would not send anybody that had been in my organisation for 5 days to a Senate inquiry. I would not do that.
Yeah.
And if they're about promoting Aboriginal young women, then clearly they've done the wrong thing, in my view. Okay. They've actually, put you in in this position, which I think is very unfair. And yeah, that's all I want to say about that.
Question on notice. Senator Thorpe. Mr Chaffey.
Thank you, Chair. Ms Mack, thank you for coming along today, although there's no submission, but with such a short time within the organisation, I do appreciate you coming along. I too am looking at your organisation's website and I see some amazing results, and I am not aware of the Star Foundation working in my electorate, which is regional New South Wales, and Clontarf and other similar programs do work within my schools for men, but not necessarily women. So I'd like to follow that up with your organisation to know more, because there's certainly a need. And your results at 98% of girls in your program achieving Year 12, I think that's a very credible result and something that your organisation and yourself should be congratulated on. I also note on your website that you have been successful, your organisation has been successful in receiving federal funding in the past of up to $10 million over a 3-year period that has now been completed. You may have to take this on notice, and I appreciate after 5 days you might not know the answer to this, but I'd like to know about further federal funding, the success with the Star Foundation, if you've been able to achieve that, and within the competitive nature of federal funding, have you or your organisation experienced any potential racism in the way that the funding is distributed?
I'll have to take that on notice. I'm really sorry.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Chaffey. You've done incredibly well for somebody who's been in the organisation. This is your 5th day, so we really do appreciate you appearing before the committee. That concludes the questions that we have for you today.
Thank you.
You've taken some questions on notice, and you'll have until the 7th of August to respond.
Yep.
You'll receive information from the Secretariat, so they'll email with the questions and the timeframes,
Okay.
and if the timeframes are problematic, then the organisation can chat to the Secretariat about that. That's completely fine.
All right.
And you'll be sent a copy of the transcript from today as well. And so if you read through it and then see there's any errors in there that you want fixed, you can request that they be fixed as well.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for your time, and I'll now suspend briefly while we welcome the next witnesses. Thank you so much, Becky. Appreciate it. Take 2. So, do you have an opening statement that you want? I'll kick us off and then I'll say spiel and then get you to make an opening statement. Perfect. I now call on representatives from the Tangentyere Women's Family Safety Group to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
I am Charlene Nampijimpa Ampijan Campbell, and I'm a proud Aranda Town Camp resident.
Thank you very much. Ms Shaw, do you want to introduce yourself as well, or are you planning on not responding to any questions?
Not unless she wants me to.
I might do a little spiel and then we'll get to questions. So, although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live on the Parliament's website, but audio only. There's no video for today. You can see from the nameplates in front of us which of the committee members are here this afternoon. Mr G is ducked off. I'll now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we get to questions.
Do I start now?
Yes, please.
Thank you for having me. I want to acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands right across Australia. I also want to pay my respect to the Aranda people on which we meet on the lands that the inquiry is taking place, acknowledge those who passed and those who are emerging and our young people, all of them and all of our peoples who have experienced racism across this country. My name is Shirlene Nampijimpa Ampijan Campbell. I am a proud Amaichira and Aranda woman and a fifth-generation resident of Alice Springs Town Camp, Lindra Arduan, which is English name of Hoppy's Camp. I am honoured here today to represent the Tangentyere Women's Family Safety Group in my capacity as the Tangentyere Coordinator. The Tangentyere Women's Family Safety Group is a group of Aboriginal women who resides in town camps in Mbantua, Alice Springs, on Aranda country in the Northern Territory of Australia. For 12 years now, we have been working to speak about domestic, family and sexual violence and made significant impact through advocating for Aboriginal women's voices to be at the tables, leading the conversation on family and domestic violence in town camps in Alice Springs and nationally. We are seen as experts, yet we still experience racism on a daily basis. We know from the evidence that Aboriginal women experience violence at a higher rate than non-Aboriginal women. We know that this is because of gender inequality, racism and discrimination that come from colonisation. From our experience at Tangentyere, preventing domestic, family and sexual violence starts with changing attitudes and beliefs that excuses and condone violence against Aboriginal women. But government needs to also acknowledge that the importance of Aboriginal people's family, culture, identity and community connections that have all been impacted by colonisation. If we're serious about national approach to preventing violence against Aboriginal women, we need the approaches to be community-led, culturally safe, strength-based, most of all healing-informed, and also acknowledging the ongoing impact of harm of colonisation, and we need truth-telling.
Thank you very much for that opening statement. We'll now proceed to questions and we're going to begin with Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing today. Governments have always used the excuse of children's safety in remote communities to put harsher laws in place, harsher policies. So 20 years ago it was the intervention, and now, since the death of Kumanjay little baby, the NT government and others are calling for more removals of our babies, Aboriginal babies and children, and to scrap the Aboriginal child placement principle, which makes sure that our babies stay with us. Those children, when these changes happen, will mean that those children will go to non-Aboriginal families. So what do you say about all of those things, particularly the move to remove more children and put them with white families or non-Aboriginal families? What will that do for the next generation?
Firstly, it will be a big impact on our kids. They will lose their law and culture, their languages as well. Apart from that, the system that continues to oppress Aboriginal people, like you said, the intervention of the government we've recently had, and the racist policy. When they put in the curfew for young people, that did not work. Again, there was no consultation with adults, particularly the parents within the community. That was never been collaborated and haven't been like being at the table. We've been banging on doors for governments to come sit with our women to actually have the deep listening, two-way learning and understanding, because without our culture, our kids will forget their identity and who they are, which will create more violence in the community as well.
Thank you. So, people who, the racists out there, let's say it, let's just call it for what it is. The racists out there, they blame Aboriginal people. And it's always Aboriginal people are the problem. The racists don't see themselves as the problem. So how does racism contribute to the lack of community safety?
Well, just got to find my notes.
So are people safe out there? Like I've been here I've been in Darwin yesterday and here today. I see how our people are treated here. How does that make people feel safe?
It makes them unsafe. Majority of that is the impact of the media that exploits our mob. Again, circling back to the intervention, media was fueled the intervention in the first place, and it was based on lies. There are no perimeters around racism in media. There's also been blackmailing and bribery that still continues and creates harmful stereotypes within our community. Just recently, I just want to share a story about my little niece, Commonjay. One of our family members was bribed by media to go and then to tell their stories, which was all lies. As a family member myself, I was disgusted. The NT News creates and misleads stories, for example, using photos of Alice Springs when the problem is done elsewhere. And the media always are capitalising on the idea of Alice Springs as a dangerous place, which generates greater hate, violence and racism. Again, media will always frame our young people as criminal and gangs. But for us women, as an example, a young people in a group being shown on media, the young people will be given standing in a group in front of security cameras, which caught footages. The media post will show the young person standing together and arguing back with no one knowledges is the provoking of the group prior to the reaction. What white people also do not consider is that these young people were standing in group and in numbers out of fear and in front of security cameras so that if something happens to them, it is caught. And that's how our kids kind of feel safe within numbers and around security cameras because, again, there are racism within the policing and the security as well. They've always got a target of picking on our youths when youth are our matters. Again, when we speak about social media, does not allow posts and comment to be reported when racism comments allow on social media. And our women spoke about the comparison of white people and Aboriginal using platform. For an example, Aboriginal women using media for evidence-based intervention, for campaigning to support themselves. White people use media to exploit our people.
I'm not sure how much longer. I just want to go back to Commonjay example that you shared. So bribes from the media to tell lies in front of a camera or on radio. Is that what you said? That's criminal.
It is. For that to be happening within our in Alice Springs itself, in Bantua, they don't talk to the right people and they don't talk to the right family members.
Thank you. I think that's something the committee should be taking on very seriously. If there's a crime that's been committed, that's one crime that needs to be looked into.
And basically through media as well, that can create domestic and family and sexual violence, because a lot of our kids are tech savvy, and what they don't realise is that when they're using English in social media, our kids are not dumb. They hear and see the things that are written up, and it kind of puts the negativity on them, which makes them feel like they're worthy. So what makes them play out is social media as well. And we have a big problem within the Northern Territory with some of the media platforms that create violence, harm to our kids and sexual harm to our young women.
So, given the Northern Territory government at the moment is probably the most racist government in the whole country, and they're perpetrating a lot of violence. Oh, come on. Have you been walking around or with your eyes closed?
Senator Thorpe, there's a point of order before the chair. I think you...
It's a racist government.
I think you can use the words of witnesses to talk about it like that, but...
Oh, the witnesses have said that it's a racist government.
I think you referring to them like that is what's drawn the point of order. If you could withdraw your comments, and feel free to rephrase your question.
Are you here to protect the CLP, are you?
Senator Thorpe.
I withdraw that the Northern Territory government is racist.
Thank you for your assistance, Senator Thorpe.
But I will say that a number of witnesses have said that the Northern Territory government is racist, very, very violently racist. And on that note, lost my train of thought now, because this is, we've got to...
We can come back to you if you want.
Yep.
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions that I'm interested to ask. I'm interested in if you see that there is an extra burden placed on Aboriginal women to protect our kids from racism.
There is.
Because I don't imagine it's something that non-Aboriginal women have to prepare their kids for.
We always prepare our kids every day. I mean, growing up in a Bantua has always been a collective of being educated and being at the table. We start young. We advocate. We could talk till the cows come home, but we still don't get listened and heard to. When we're referring to media, again, they don't have the consent for what is posted on media by police. Police officers will take photos and videos of young people, posting them on social media and exposing them. Again, as a mum myself and a grandma, that is wrong, and they don't get consent. I mean, where's the authority of if your children is under 18, you go talk to their parents to get consent? In the Northern Territory, we don't have that. We try and fight and talk our guts out for our young youths, because youth are our matters. Again, they're always getting exploited. And this is where violence starts, because no one's listening to their voices.
So you make complaints to media outlets?
Yep.
And what's done with those complaints?
From the Tangentyere Women's Family Safety Group a few years ago, we've developed how to use media when reporting. As an example, missing and murdered women and children. We had to cry out loud for that to be exploited out on across Australia, because we had enough. As an example, if there's a woman that was murdered or sexualised by a white man, I mean, we'll get swept underneath the carpet. If there was a white woman being assaulted by an Aboriginal man, he'd be criminalised should be all over the social media coverage, should get the support where our men won't. Similar, you're flipping that for our women, we won't get the help. I've been fighting and advocating since I've been in the Women's Family Safety Group that there are two policies when there should be one policy for everybody in Australia.
And so would you describe that treatment of Aboriginal women and men as racist?
We're not racist.
No, sorry, the treatment that you
Oh, yeah.
receive is racist, yeah.
Yeah. For an example, as a woman who is experiencing domestic violence, using a public transport as taxis, when we're jumping in to get from A to B, the first thing they do is lock the cab doors. I mean, that's traumatising for a woman who's experiencing domestic violence, especially for a young person who's in the car, because the first reaction they're going to get is traumatisation and the feeling within that space. And paying up front as well. And the meter starts from $8, ranging from $8 to $10.
How does racism and sexism prevent Aboriginal women from seeking help? Again,
They feel too ashamed. They feel like they're not going to get heard or listened to. As an Aboriginal woman, we present ourselves, no matter who we are, how we present ourselves, we won't get the help. Again, racism in Alice Springs always starts when Aboriginal people are at the table, within shopping centres, sportings and clubbing events. We're always getting pushbacks because we're Aboriginal. English is our second or third language. A lot of our mob don't have the literacy and numeracy skill. Since we've had the intervention, they've been pushed into town. Our house has been overcrowding. This is where the violence starts fueling out because there is a lack of education within our communities. There's no funding out in the communities. We need to start going back to truth-telling and listening to our people because they are the experts and we live this every day. And we have the solutions.
And why is truth-telling important?
If we're all going to be walking together as one, we need to bring out truth-telling because of colonisation. Colonisation has disrupted gender inequality. Again, it brings the oppression of where non-Aboriginal have the power against our own people and Aboriginal people don't have the power to literally kind of stand up and speak for themselves as a community.
I might take the opportunity to share the call. Mr Venning.
Thank you, Chair. Where is my question? Sorry.
Sorry, I put you off guard.
Thank you both. Thank you for providing evidence this afternoon. In your view, are government agencies and police responding effectively when crime and family crime is reported?
No, especially for domestic violence, a victim, it could take up to almost half of the night for them to respond. Again, because if it's a town camp who's ringing up to respond and getting help from the police, we won't get that until the following day. But if you're in an urban, you'll get the help straight away.
And just for my benefit, whereabouts is your town camp and how far is it from Alice Springs or the nearest sort of services?
My town camp is literally on the north outskirt of Mbantua, straight across an IGA shopping centre. Again, we seem to more or less protect ourselves when we should be all protecting each other.
Do you have police in your town camp?
Not necessarily, but they do drive-bys, but they don't necessarily pull up, have a yarn, check in, build that relationship. I mean, it's just drive in, drive out, like we get fly-in, fly-outs.
What would you like to see implemented to address this issue?
What I like to see is police working on the ground, listening to our people, lived experience people, actually getting out the car, greeting themselves, introducing who they are, and understanding the way we live in our daily lives, because we live it every day and we breathe racism.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr Chappie.
Thank you, Chair. Ms Campbell, thank you for presenting today to our hearing. My question is in relation to housing. Yesterday in Darwin we heard, or 2 days in Darwin and then again this morning, that housing is or insufficient housing is a huge problem, and particularly for Aboriginal women. Can you give some lived experience maybe and some suggestions on a way forward for the government?
Say that again?
Insufficient housing in Aboriginal communities and the impact it's having on Aboriginal women specifically, and a way forward for government.
I can't necessarily talk for the communities, but I can talk for the town camps. Now that the government have taken up a lot of the funding away from our communities, we have the influx of our community members coming into town, which are our family. We have a close kinship network connection. Again, that brings problems into our town camps and brings on issues and it creates more problems. Again, family and domestic violence is pretty big in the Northern Territory. We're wanting to stop that, but they're not listening to us and helping us to advocate for not short-term funding, but more of that long-term funding out in the communities, so we can also help support the communities as well. As a town camp representative myself, we are close ties to our communities because we can support them and we understand the way of their living. But then going back to housing, it is a problem. We don't have much houses in the communities as well.
Territory government's our landlord.
Territory government is our landlord.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Chappie. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. Can you tell us the benefits of the work that you do? I mean, because the racists out there say, oh, it's all our problem, and the men are all violent. They demonise our men because it fits the narrative, the racist narrative. Can you tell us some stories or benefits of the Women's Family Safety Group that you're part of? But also, what are the barriers? Because the federal government fund other programs long term, but not self-determined programs. So, can you talk about the positives and the challenges of your program?
Well, the challenges we've had is, one, the intervention. That did not, supposedly closing the gap, but that created the gap even wider. Following on from that was our referendum. We were calling out, fighting for the voices of Aboriginal people to be heard and walking equally with non-Aboriginal people, but then again that created more problems where referendum gave white people the opportunity to ask more questions. Why are we giving Aboriginal people more? Why are we having referendum? We give them enough. It just opened a floodgate to more greater hate and violence. And intergenerational trauma also continuously being disempowered, which these policies have generated widespread hate and violence on Aboriginal people and Torres Strait Islander mob.
Does the CLP government here, do they support town camps?
No. Let alone they don't support town camps, let alone they would not hear our voice and help us concern and address that as well. It's always a pushback from the CLP government. They will never have us at the table.
So do they invite you to have a conversation about any solutions that you have?
They would not ever listen to us. They will come and consult with us, but they would not listen to us.
So you give the CLP government the solutions.
Not so much giving them the solutions, but we're kind of like help create ideas.
Yep.
We don't want to necessarily pass on our solutions because we know what works better.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, the CLP has also defunded a lot of our programs in our organisations, and also defunded our DV program as well, our legal programs.
So the Northern Territory government, the CLP government, they get more GST money if they have more disadvantage here.
Yeah.
So the more disadvantaged, the more they get money from
Yeah.
the federal government. So it's better for the Northern Territory government, the CLP government, to have more disadvantage because they make money from that. Do you believe that the federal government, knowing that the CLP government are cashing in on our people's misery?
It's like poor bugger me kind of thing.
So should the federal government step in and say, you're not getting any more GST money, you're not getting any closing the gap money, we're not funding your police force anymore, we're going to pull back until you start doing the right thing for Aboriginal people in the Northern Territory? Do you think the federal government should step in?
I reckon the federal government should be working equally along with Aboriginal people, because again, I want to say Australia was and always will be an Aboriginal land. We need to go back to truth-telling. In order for us to be working together, we need to start understanding and stop talking about start educating ourselves around attitudes and beliefs on how to respect each other. Because racism wasn't in our lives. It wasn't in our community, in our culture 365,000 years ago. No. Nor did violence.
That's right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. That concludes the questions we have for you this afternoon. Thank you very much for your powerful evidence this afternoon. If there's anything that you hoped you'd have said that you didn't get a chance to say, you can forward that to the committee through the Secretariat up until the 7th of August. And you also might get some questions, written questions on notice as well.
Awesome, thank you, and I'll be looking forward to
and
that.
you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence from today. And if when you read through it you see that there's any errors there, you can also request that they are fixed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time and the work that you do. I'll now suspend very briefly while we welcome our next witness. So I now call on Mr. Robin Japananka Granitz to give evidence. For the Hansard record, can you please tell us your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
My name's Robin Japananka Granitz. I'm originally from community of Yundamu, which is about 2-3 hours drive out from here. I live in Alice Springs because of my medication that I've got to be attending the hospital and my appointments and all that. I am one of the leaders in the communities, speaking on behalf of the people of Central Australia, people of Albury people, or my family, my crew, which has got about 4 other communities, Wirara, Lajamanu, Nyirpi and Yundamu, and plus some other people around surrounding communities and in Alice Springs here, Mandwa.
Thank you. I've now got a very short spiel I need to read out, and then I'll invite you to say a couple of opening words if you want to say some opening words. Otherwise, we can just go to questions as well. I'll be led by you, but I've got a little spiel I need to read out, and then I'll come back to you. So, although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard, who's over here, and attracts parliamentary privilege, and is being broadcast live on the Parliament's website, and we also have media in the room with us this afternoon. Do you have some opening words you would like to say to the committee, or would you like us to go to questions?
I can give you some of my points that I've written down in my notes.
Sure.
So I can be doing it right now, have I got time?
Yep, absolutely, please.
Okay, righto. The first thing that I would like to talk about, before that I need to say thank you people for coming to Mandwa Alice Springs, which is good, and it's the first time, and it's very good, very important that the issue is very important here in this whole of Australia. It's to do with the racism, and we need to get together and talk it over, and we need everyone to understand we are all in one, and all in one should have the same languages, all of us, not for only just 1 or 2 of us, but for every one of us. Thank you. The first thing that I would like to talk about is the voice. We needed our voice here in Australia. The voice from the Aboriginal and Indigenous people of Australia and the people of the Torres Strait Islander people. We need to get together and have our own voice, because that voice is so important that we need to get together and be part of this country of Australia with both non-Indigenous and Indigenous people. Get together and in one. We are all not different from every other different world or from different planets. We are all from Australia, and we need to be talking. We bleed the same blood, and we need to talk to each other. We are not hiding things away. If we do hide things away, we are not a friend or are not a family. We're not anyone. We are fighting each other, which is not a good way of doing. So we need to be able to sit together and talk it over, and things that we need to talk about are things very important for us all. So the voice about which wasn't really supported by the white people of this country. Yes, they were born here, they are countrymen, but they are not the people to be splitting. They're not in different world. They are here with us. They should be doing the same. If we think the one way, they should be thinking the same way as us. If we have some differences, there's a thing called meeting that we should be getting together and talking about in peace, not about the fort or anything to do with feuds. The other thing is the intervention. That was really bad. It really happened here in this country, and it shouldn't have happened, because in those days, in the past, when we had first met up with the white people, our people weren't doing anything as such. That was so bad, and it happened in our own community, in our own backyard. Not in their yards, not in their not in their communities, not where they used to live or work, but here in our community, coming with a bunch of soldiers who we thought was going to happen a war, something against our people, and we didn't like it. That was so terrible that we all thought that we were all going to get shot, just like in the past, the old people who fled away from this country of Northern Territory into other areas like in the West Australia to Queensland and outside of Alice Springs and the Northern Territory. So that was really bad. We would have been more Aboriginal people here with our elders here with us, teaching us and doing what they meant to be, who should be doing in those past few years ago. So we are here on ourselves with our younger generations and younger people to becoming our further elders and being taught by our people, our young people. So we don't have any other teachers. But we do have some teachers, and that is good that they are teaching us another language, the English that we still don't understand. And that's one reason why we wanted people in the government to come and tell us and encourage us to come out and teach more of our young people out in the bush, out in the communities, out on the Aboriginal community, remote communities I'm talking about, not the urban centres, because you've got more schools, more education buildings, new churches, you've got new hostels and hospitals, you name it, they are all here, whereas we don't have anything out bush. And it's very hard for us to get it because we don't have any money. Money's the one thing, and it's money talk that we're talking about. These are some of the things that I've been writing down. And when I'm talking about education, before we have these elections, so-called elections that we have in cities, in towns and communities, but not out in these remote communities. There are some people out there who still don't know English. And we need education people to be going around teaching some of our so-called leaders who are in the government right now. And the government who is supposed to be doing are the ones who should be going out and being taught by our people some languages. Yes, you have heard a handful of people from the communities speak their own language fluently. And some of the teachers that we have in our remote community, yes, they talk Warlbri, they talk Lurija, they talk Pitjantjatjara, they speak the languages. And the best teachers that we have out in the communities are our children. They are the teachers. They can teach your kids. They can teach you as well, and your people. Not only at the classes, but they can teach you to take you out bush. Out bush is the place where you can learn more. You don't just go out there to see a lizard and a kangaroo. No, you don't. You see them kangaroo much on the films and on the slides or whatever, but all those bush animals that we have, you go out and learn about it, and you learn something about it from the elders down to the young kids, and the kids will teach you the language and how the animals, what are animals you can feed on and hunt for. There are a lot of things that we can do to help you out if you can just start teaching and thinking about helping us back in return. I've worked with the Walker's court case here in Alice Springs. We try to teach them some things, but most of the things that they learned were things that they learned already, English. We've spoken to them, but we try to teach them in our language. And there are some lawyers that were there, they were new, but we taught them how to sing along in our language, and we taught them how to speak in our language. And we thought, if we can do this for the whole of this country, it would have been very, very nice and very intelligent for all of us to get together and speaking both ways, because we're always listening to white people talking white language, white man's language. That wasn't our language. That was brought in. That's a foreign language. And yes, we do like it because we can speak to you and talk to you and speak to you on your messages and ringing you up on the phones. Everything to do with your language is so very important for us, and it's very important for us to learn your language too. If you learn our language as well, that's something in return to give you as a gift that you have come into our country and being part of us. Right. That's what the community that I was talking about. Right. We have these, when we're talking about the housing groups or any groups that we have, we select them out in the communities, right? We teach these, or get these groups out in the community to be part of the members of the housing, or being part of the members for the land council, or to be part of the housing. But some of those meetings, or most of the meetings that we go to, all Aboriginal people who are elected go to those meetings. But we have, in that organisation, we have non-Indigenous people who are in charge of us. They tell us what to do. You can be a cleaner, you can be a sweeper, you can be doing the lawns outside, it's so on, But our people wanted to do more jobs and more work that they can do, just like what you are doing right now. If you're in the office in your own, you need someone to be your assistant. Try and teach those assistants to be part of one of you. In the end, you will have someone to work along when you're sick or you're on holidays or wherever you are. You have someone there to be doing your job. That job will take on your jobs, your right to be working in that office. The payment. I have done some of those bookkeeping job. When I was young, I was taught a bit about it. And I was doing some pays there. And I was doing something, calling out people on the roll calls, calling out who they are. I could read and write for them. I was taught by the Yunrumu government school with the government teachers. We had some Yapa teachers being an interpreter and the people who could help us out, but we had white people helping us out. That's how I was learned to speak the language. Right. The understanding. I'd like to remember. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. We can go to questions if now's a good time to go
If
to
you
questions.
want to, you just go for it. If you want to ask any question, please ask.
Yeah.
If there's anything that I don't want to talk about, just
Yeah.
I'll be quiet.
That's okay. We'll go to questions. Committee members have got some questions for you. And I'll begin with the Deputy Chair, Mr Venning.
Thank you so much for coming and providing evidence this afternoon. In your statement, you talked about the lack of services out in your community. Could you just expand on that a little bit? Do you have access to a GP, access to childcare, access to school services for your young people? Can you expand on that a little bit more, please?
Say for young people, yes, we do have access because we can go to the classrooms and teaching them in our language and in our ways of doing it culturally outside the classrooms. Not only just being at the classroom, but taking them out to their own parents' community or the homelands, where the young people can go out to the sacred sites or sacred places that they can't go to, and the sacred places where there's been some water holes and rock holes that the people can go. They can teach them how to make own knives and spears and artifacts, and they have been learning a lot. But it's got to be something that we need from the Education Department to pouring some money in. And that's the way that we need to be getting something being brought out to communities. We have these jobs that we want to try and help out with. We had this big building, it's called the Education and Manual Training, where we used to have wood workers and wood job and steel and things that we can fix tables and chairs and all. That's being taught by non-Indigenous people with us assistants, being there with them in interpreting for them that these are the ways you can do it. So that way we know that we can do it. It's just that there are no more these people working out in the communities. It's because of the people are not really enjoying themselves out in the community. The more places they'd love to come to is where the pubs are and where the stuff that are helping out with the discos and night activities and all that. That's where the people want to be, making themselves happy, young people. And you go to the pubs, everyone's all just the queue up. And where else can they be driving when they wanted to make a bitumen or to go through the bitumen on the highways or on the road? They blocked them because they wanted people to be going in where the lines are towards the doors of the pubs. And it's not only that, but the community have all here. The town camps is the thing. The other thing is we have all these town camps in Alice Springs. Most of the community that live out in the communities are all in town. You don't need to go and make a football out in your community. You can have your football team from the community, the town camps itself. So, there are too many people. We need to have our people out in the bush where the people belongs to, where the people belongs to. And it's been very hard for some of the organisations of this community of Alice Springs with transports. They need to be taking people out. They need people that they want to be out in the community. The people out in the community, they need those young people to be out there with them, teaching and learning what things are that the old people used to do in those old days.
And what about access to things like if you need to see a doctor, or if you're getting older and you need aged care support? Do they exist in, say, Yamundu where you grew up?
That has been very good at the very end, our first things that we started when the community started. It was good because of the houses were being built. We could tell that there were a lot of things being built, and a little hospital being built there, and the police station, the whole lot of the government things were all being built. As soon as it was all just, everything was just building up. It was so grown up. We didn't have more of those buildings to be for our people to live in. It was so crowded that the people had to do something about being in the sleeping grounds. They used to go out in the camp and camp at the side, out in the humpies or wherever they could, to find a place where the shades are, and the places where they can cut all these trees and make all the shelters. That's where they want to be. But the problem about the building is so much people have been sort of grown up. So most of the people that we have at those times have all disappeared into towns and cities, wherever they are. They are right now, as we speak. They're still out there in those communities, in those cities, and up in Darwin, Alice Springs, and wherever you go to these urban centres. They are all there where the butts are.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. It seems that your people are being pushed off their land into the city so that the land becomes free, vacant. So then the mining companies and other people can then use the land for whatever they want. Do you see that happening? Is that happening?
It is happening, and I just got a message just this morning about from the Land Council saying that they need me to be going out and having a meeting, because the people from West Australia are coming and looking at some of our maps from our Northern Territory area and the Northern and Victorian, West Australian areas, that they want to come in from West Australia to do the mining. And that's not the only place that they want us. There are other places as well from the Land Council, from the other organisations that want to mine around the Northern Territory. Yes, we have some of these people, and yes, we know that they want more of our vacant crown lands. Yeah. The lands that they want is our land that we want to give. It's in our sacred site place where people don't want people to be going there, and the places where you can't damage all the sacred site things and the trees that what are there, the hills, you don't touch them. And if we tell you that, they still keep on doing. They close their ears and they have something in their ears to block them, because they will not listen. As we're saying all this time, it's not only them, it's everyone, every non-Indigenous people that comes out. They want to be living and building. Even the stockmans, or the pastoralists, they want these pastoral areas. They won't leave because it's not their land. It's the land belonging to the people of our people. Look, who owns that country? Who was there long before them?
They're called squatters. Squatters are the people who just come and squat on land that's not theirs. That's another name for the pastoralists, if you like. But I'm
just using it as the present names that they now have, the pastoralists.
So, what do you think the future looks like for our children here and for our land here and our resources. What do you think? Are you worried about the future?
I am very much so worried about our kids. Our kids are not being taught by their parents. It's the parents that are not really doing what they're meant to be doing for their kids. Every time we're talking about the kids, I'll tell you, like our kids out in the communities, right now, you go out and tell them, when it's their paydays, the parents, right? But when it's their child endowment's days, those kids, you see them at the school still getting hungry and still wandering around, where can I get my dollar from to buy a bit of lolly or drinks or anything like that? They still are there. The kids and the parents that the parents got, they all come into town because that's where the place is to play the poker machines and casinos and do what they like, right? They don't need to be worrying about Yundamu and their kids. They worry about the town. And that's what they talk about in these days, nowadays and today. They're talking about, let's go back into town because it's more important there in town than here in the communities. It's boring. It's too boring. That's the exact word that you will always find when you go out there.
But so if there was more employment in your community, then then people could get jobs and not be bored. Would that be better if there were more jobs in your community?
It would be better, but the question would be, where can we get more of these education schools for the elderly younger people or elderly young blokes, elderly young ladies who can come out and go to school? In the old days, when I used to go to school, we used to have night schools, day schools. And those night schools were much better because we had elder people coming in with us and learning these Englishes. And being with them was really good because they've been teaching us something else as well in their language.
Is there anything else you wanted to say to the committee? We are all different parties here. It's a federal government inquiry. Is there anything you want to say to the federal government?
I would love to have said something right now if everyone was all here. But the problem is, I'm here in Alice Springs, and I got some people out at Willowra, Yundamu and Lajamon. I need to have more times here so we can select some other people to go out to these other communities and bringing back all the information to us. Yeah. That way we'll have more, because this is very important that we need to have this joint committee members to be back again by any time after to tell us and to ask us more of these things that should be happening here. It's not going on well right now as we speak, because it's just been a racist country. And as I heard before, some of them saying Northern Territory has been a very, very interesting one, because they are the best of the best when we with the racist talks or speeches.
Yes, yes. So just on that, just as an action, so the federal government should go to each of the communities or the clan groups and get them sit down, talk, what are the solutions, and then come back. Is that, you want the federal government to go to all the communities and talk about how we address the racism and the poverty?
Yes, I think it would be really good, but the problem is, who would want to go out there? I'm talking about the people who wanted to go out and talk to these people. It's too far. You'll be driving in the dusty, boggy and bumpy roads and all that. It's a very hard road going out to these homelands. what we need people to be going out there from our selected communities to go out to these remote communities and talking to them in a way that they would be talking to any of their families. Going out and then coming back all information. That way we can get together again. Because I think this one time is not going to be a one good time. It's going to be a bad time because it's just going to get worse. I want to try and see it if it really works. If it does work, we'll own all Australian if we have to do it.
Sure.
Because we need more young people to be there being bosses. Our new generation are the ones that we're looking at.
Thank you. That brings us up to our lunch break. That you will get some questions, written questions, on notice from me and likely other committee members. And you've indicated that you want that time to go out and chat to other community members to help inform the information that you bring to this committee. You're obviously very welcome to do that as well if there's additional information you want to provide.
Because I've invited Helbo to come and visit us when he went come in here with my granddaughter's business. Yeah. We invited him to come, and we invited him also to come out to the community where I've spoken about the community that we have is unhealthy. That's one of the reasons why I wanted him to come, to see for himself, not other people to come from other places and see, it's a really unhealthy place. No, we want to get it from the Prime Minister himself to see how our environment is of the community and the place where we stay.
Did he say that he would come?
It would be. Of course we would. If we want him to be safe, we'll look after him.
Did he say that he was going to come out?
Of course he said he wanted to come. I've invited him and he said he will come any time. But any time, it could be any time, tomorrow, today or next year.
Well, we'll hold him to that.
Good. If you can. Thank you for reminding him for us.
Thank you, Mr Granitz, for your time here this afternoon and for coming earlier as well. Did you have something else you wanted to say before we finished up?
Yes, I'm very thankful that you've all come because this is the time that we need to get together. We need the joint committee, as you all are. We wanted you and we are happy that you have done this and I really want to do it. We need more of this happening, not only just here in Australia, but any other places around in Australia, but around other community states. We want you to go and see these homelands and people where they're staying on their own, living homeless. We need people like yourself to come and talk to us. Thank you, people.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your evidence today. Any additional information and questions on notice, we have the 7th of August as a date to respond. But if there are any issues with responding in that time frame, then you can chat to the Secretariat who you've met today about those dates. That's completely fine. And you'll also be sent a transcript from today. And if, when you have a look through it, there are any errors or anything that you think needs to be fixed, you can ask for those things to be fixed in the transcript. So thank you very much for your evidence today. Appreciate it. We will now suspend for lunch and return at 2 p.m. We will now resume, and I call on representatives from the Clontarf Foundation to give evidence. For the Hansard record, can you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Yeah, so my name is Sean Cusack and I'm from the Clontarf Foundation and I'm the Northern Territory Zone Manager or State Manager.
Thank you very much. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live on the Parliament's website. And we have had media throughout the day. I'm not sure if they're still around, but just alerting you to that fact as well. We have 3 remaining committee members here today. You can see by our nameplates who we are.
Yep.
Do you have an opening statement that you would like to make?
Yeah, absolutely.
Please proceed.
Yeah, I've got something. My name is Sean Cusack. I'm a Warlpiri man and the Northern Territory Zone Manager for the Clontarf Foundation. I first joined Clontarf in 2007 and have worked across New South Wales, the Northern Territory and Western Australia in senior regional roles and as Academy Director at Centralian Senior Academy here in Alice Springs. Clontarf works nationally with more than 12,000 young Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander men across 161 schools-based academies in metropolitan, regional and remote areas. The evidence today is informed by Clontarf's national footprint as well as my own experience working with young men, families, schools and communities across Australia. Our staff see how racism can affect confidence, behaviour, attendance, wellbeing and trust. It can be direct abuse, but it can also be different treatment, lower expectation, unfair assumption, being watched or judged, or online comments. A common experience is how our students can be judged and profiled when they enter a shopping centre or similar type of establishment where other non-Indigenous kids are not. Often it comes through trust. A young man of their family member may tell a mentor before he tells a teacher or uses a formal process. Sometimes staff notify a change in behaviour, attendance or mood and follow up. Those relationships give young men a safer way to talk about what has happened. The first response, so this is what we do, the first response is to support the young men and understand what has happened. Depending on the situation, staff may work with the school, family, community or relevant services. This is then escalated through the appropriate school and safeguarding processes. Our role is to stand beside the young men and keep them connected. I'm going to talk a little bit about the role of the Academy Room as well. The Academy Room gives young men a safe place in the school where they can reset, speak to someone they trust and get support before an issue becomes bigger. It does not replace formal school processes, but it can help a young man stay engaged rather than withdraw or react in a way that leads to further consequences. Working with the schools, so we work alongside schools. The strongest response happens when school takes the issue seriously, respond quickly and make sure the young person does not feel blamed for raising it. Clontarf can support the young men and help the school understand how the issue is affecting his engagement. Strong school response and gaps. A strong response is timely, clear and fair. It takes the young person seriously, deals with the issues directly and follows through. We work with many committed schools and staff who want to get this right. The challenge is consistency. What Clontarf has in place. Clontarf's main Protective factors are consistent relationships, academy rooms, mentors, high expectations, family engagement, school partners, and pathways into employment or further study. We try to make sure young men are not dealing with these experiences alone. Many young men who speak to someone they trust before using a formal complaints process, many young men speak to someone they trust before using a formal process. Some will not report it because they do not think that anything will change, or because they don't want the attention that can come when making a complaint. Reporting pathways need to be safe, timely, and easy to understand. So that's my opening statement.
Thank you for that opening statement. We'll go to questions, and I might start. Many submissions in the inquiry highlights racism in schools and a lack of teacher confidence and confidence in addressing incidences of racism. Is this something that you've also experienced in your work?
Yeah, I mean, so within our school environments, 100% of the time that the schools ask for Clontarf to go to their schools is because they see the need and the support that they need to support these young Indigenous men whilst they're in the school environments. So the way we work, it's an actual partnership. So we don't go to anywhere where they don't want us, or the community, or the local elders, or we don't go anywhere where we're not wanted or needed. So most of the times, and 100% of the times that the schools that we work in, we work side by side with those particular schools. So same values, you know, they are really keen to get more Indigenous boys through the schooling years, but then also completing Year 12 and getting into employment after it. So, like I said, we work with schools that want us there, and we work with communities that want us.
So, so it sounds like you said the schools that you're working with have already identified that there's a problem. They've got in their school. They bring you in to help manage or kind of sort through what challenges the school has. And so does that mean that because they've already identified they've got a problem, that when you're working with them to stamp out the racism in the schools, that they're more receptive to the things that you are suggesting that they do?
Yeah, look, most of it's around school attendance and Year 12 completions and Indigenous engagement. So that's the main reason why schools want us in their environments, to help support them to get more Indigenous young men through schooling. Things happen during the school, during the time where our members are at school, absolutely, and issues do arise. So that's when that partnership really works together. So at times there are things that happen between other students in those school environments, and that's where our staff work with our members to sort issues when they do arise, when issues of racism or behavioural issues or outside things that are happening. Our guys work with the school to sort those issues. Yeah. And so
are there instances where school attendance is directly related to the racism that kids have experienced at school? Whether that's, and I'd be interested in whether how much of that is related to experiences of racism from teachers, and how much of that is experience from other kids in the school, because we have had evidence in this inquiry that suggests that the racism experienced by our kids at school is coming from teachers. So I'm interested in what the kids that you work with and the schools that you work with have experienced.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, because most of the feedback we get through obviously our programs on the ground is basically around when they do get to that journey of Year 12, because the actual Year 11 and Year 12 curriculum is much different from when you're coming through the middle school environments. From my point of view, I don't think it's racism, but I think it's a complex thing. So because the demands are more higher when you do get to year 11 and 12, and because at times a lot of our members have missed a lot of school along their journey, it takes a lot of effort to get the boys, and the school working together, and our staff working together to keep those boys at school. Not all of our lads complete year 12, as in get their Northern Territory Certificate of Education, but there are a percentage of our boys that get through the year and complete the actual year and finish the year 12 year off. At times we've had to have tough conversations with schools about keeping those lads who are not going to complete school, to keep them in there till the end of year 12, because we know that they're much more grounded and much more able to handle outside pressures when they've spent more time with us. And if they do complete and finish the year off, they get access to our employment officers who help them find work. I don't think it's a racial thing, but it's a thing that consistently comes up where we've got to work with schools to keep our members there in the school environment and to complete the year. And that can happen, and there are various conversations around that at times. Yeah.
So what would happen if you weren't there?
It would be.
It's hard to prove a negative, but
yeah, exactly. It's like if you don't have Clontarf there, what would happen? I know for a fact that the schools really. I know for a fact that the schools absolutely not need, but they part of it is they need support from us. They're grateful for the Clontarf programs in their schools, and I guess without us it would be very, very difficult dealing with our young men, but also getting completions at year 11 and 12. Schools would find that very difficult.
Thank you. I might take the opportunity to share the call. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing today. I have a different line of questioning. Because I understand that Clontarf receives around $80 million, is that right?
So basically we get funded three ways. So it costs $7,500 per participant to go through the program, and we're funded three ways. So we've got federal, state and private. Private money we have to raise ourselves, and I suppose the way that that's designed is we get our own autonomy to do that. So $7,500 per kid.
What is that? Your own autonomy?
Yeah. So we get to. Obviously, we still get the support from the federal. We still get the support from the private. From the NT government, which is the education department at the moment.
2 million from NT, is it? 2.787 from NT, and the Feds is 30 million.
Yeah, around that. Yeah.
Can I ask, are all your mentors Aboriginal?
No. But our staff, we've got around 400 Indigenous staff.
400, sorry.
Yeah, around 400.
You can take the exact number.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just couldn't hear. Yeah. That's fine.
Yeah.
If you wanted to respond to Senator Thorpe with more accurate information, you can just take it on.
Yeah, absolutely. I can actually send you through some actual documents in regards to that. Yeah.
Is it true that your CEO, Deputy CEO, Chief Financial Officer and General Manager are all non-Aboriginal people?
Yeah, so our CEO, which is a new CEO now, so James Macnam is our new CEO. So yeah, he's non-Indigenous. We've got a Chief Operations Officer who's Craig Bridie. He's the second person in charge. We don't actually have a Deputy CEO anymore. We've also got 6 out of 10 10 board members. We've got 6 Indigenous board members now.
Six?
6 Indigenous board members. So recently joined was Jonathan McLeod from the Northern Territory, based in Darwin, and Mick Gooder, who's based out of Queensland.
Are they executive? How many Aboriginal people do you have in executive management?
So we've got 3 staff, including myself in executive management. Yeah.
And how many board members altogether?
Yeah. So there's 10, and 4 are non-Indigenous and 6 are Indigenous. Yeah.
So the Closing the Gap agreement emphasises the importance of building the community-controlled sector because we know our people achieve better outcomes for our people when we're leading those solutions. Yeah. Do you support that principle?
Yeah, absolutely.
Community control?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Given Clontarf is not community controlled, is there any plans for Clontarf to be handed back to the people for the people, or will it stay as it is with basically it's a private business rather than community controlled, and $80 million in Aboriginal hands would go a real long way if it's done Aboriginal way. So I'm just wondering if is there any plans for Clontarf to go to a self-determined community controlled model?
See, it's an interesting one because at the moment, you know, we've got over 1,200 Indigenous members in our programs. We've got over 1,000 boys completing Year 12 this year. Across the Territory, we've got 116 boys completing Year 12. Our data from our 2024 graduates, we did the data at the start of this year, and 89% of them went into full-time employment or further study. As per your question, look, the foundation's made some changes within the foundation. Obviously, now going to majority board Indigenous. Obviously, there's more Indigenous people now getting in executive roles. We're a non-profit organisation as well. That's the way the program's been ever since it was set up. So at this stage, we work really closely with communities. We work closely with the families and within the school environments. So, yeah, as in going towards a community control, not at this stage, and not that I know of, but we work, you know, as mentioned, we work with a lot of the, you know, we work really closely with Indigenous families. We've got great Indigenous staff who are connected to the communities.
Yeah, and I don't doubt that. I suppose I was just like the Polly Farmer Foundation have done that.
Yep.
Transition to community control. But as an independent senator and looking at the books of NIA, a lot of kind of non-Aboriginal entities get more money, it seems, and more regular funding than Aboriginal community-controlled providers. So Clontarf getting $80 million is quite a substantial amount of money. And it is, it's not community controlled. So do you think that's fair that, you know, like community controlled organisations are begging for money from NIA, but Clontarf seem to be quite comfortable with NIA getting recurrent funding and quite a substantial amount? Do you think it's beneficial to have white people on boards because government might trust that board better than a community-controlled one? Like, why does government fund Clontarf continually, $80 million, and our services on the ground are struggling? You know, the kids that can't go to school or Clontarf, I've got Clontarf in my community too, and it works for some, but not for all. Whereas the community-controlled sector work with everybody, particularly those that don't fit into the programs, that are struggling with deaths in custody, child removals, suicides, homelessness, poverty. Do you think that's fair? Do you think the government, the federal government, should be looking more at community-controlled organisations and funding them better?
I'm not sure if that's a question for me. Like, I know the good work we do, and we work with, you know, lots of Indigenous families and communities. Not being disrespectful, but I don't think that's a question that I could answer, because I know the good work that we do across the country. And like I said, we've got 161 programs across Australia. We still get lots of requests from certain parts of Australia about asking us to come into their locations and support those young Indigenous men. So I feel that we do a pretty good job in what we do.
Yeah, and I'm not dissing that.
Yeah.
I'm just like, I want money to be in our communities, not with boards that are full of white fellas. Like, that's just who I am. That's how I've been raised. So why can't our community-controlled organisations, why aren't people contacting our community-controlled organisations? Why are they contacting Clontarf if a young fella's struggling? When, you know, Clontarf has been going for quite some time, and yep, we've got now 6 mob on there. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, why are we not building the community-controlled sector, which is part of closing the gap? It's part of what we talk about in terms of self-determination.
Yeah.
So why are those people contacting Clontarf and not community-controlled organisations?
I think why people come to us is because of the results that we get, the outcomes. You know, we talk about some of the successes that we have. We don't always get it right, but the outcomes that we're getting and continue to get over time, we're having an impact in the Indigenous space across the country. So I think that's part of the reason why governments, education departments come to Clontarf, because of the results that we've been that we get. Our data is measured, you know. Everything that we do is measured, whether it's after-school activities, morning training sessions, camps, attendance, retention. And we do have amazing Indigenous people who work with Indigenous boys on the ground.
Community-controlled health organisations have that as well. They do major reporting, but they just don't get the funding that Clontarf gets. And our community-controlled sector is struggling for resources to be able to meet those needs. So I'm just thinking into the future, do we just let government fund the Clontarfs and just let's get rid of community-controlled? Because what's the point? Like, I'm looking into the future. If we start doing this now, is this what we're going to be landing with? Did you want to say something? Sorry. You got a question over there?
I'm just wondering, it seems to be the same question getting asked several times. And
well, it's a point of order then, isn't it? Have you got a problem?
I think he was just...
No point of order.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'll pass the call. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Mr Chaffey.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Cusack, thanks for coming along today and presenting to the hearing. I represent the federal seat of Parkes in New South Wales, 51% of New South Wales, the western area, and I'm fortunate to have your organisation work in 10 of my communities, and I thank you for the work you do and the lives that you're changing through your organisation. It's well known and well respected and has been delivering the service for many years, so thank you. My first question is in relation to just expand a little bit about on your opening speech. Could you discuss the particular experiences and impacts that you've seen or heard of racism within young men?
Yeah, so for us, it's so basically what we do is obviously we run camps and activities, and part of what we do is once the boys have finished year 12 and they go and experience things, like whether it's in their local communities or we travel interstate and do major camps interstate. So for us, it's more like, like as mentioned, the shopping centre stuff. I think the boys, at times can feel like, is this a place that we should be going to? Because the looks that they receive, or by security, and the comments at times too, when the boys do go into shopping centres, it's like, I hope you're going to go and buy something, or I hope you're not going to steal anything, and things like that. So those are the sort of comments that we hear often from our academy members. So they're sort of, that's it, because our kids love going to the shops when they go to interstate, or the other bit to that is social media. Where there's some online stuff around at the moment where some of the things can be quite negative towards Indigenous young people, or Indigenous people in general. So a lot of our kids are on the social media and they see a lot of that stuff. So I suppose they're the two biggest sort of things that we deal with at the moment. Obviously there's things that happen in the school environments between kids as well. But usually, because the school's got processes in place and we support the school, we generally work through that, and there's a general understanding that the kids make up and then get on with the schooling. And if anything else was to come of it, at least there's the school, there's Clontarf, there's the parents, but there's also the kids. We can sort of continue to deal with it until it's fixed or resolved. So they're probably the key things that we deal with regularly. We deal with, but also our students or our academy members talk to us about.
So you operate across many jurisdictions within Australia.
Yep.
Are there worse, as far as racism is concerned? Are there worse states or territories than others? And if so, is that needed to be managed differently across different jurisdictions?
Yeah, look, I can only really talk for the Territory because I spend most of my time here. Look, there's no doubt the Northern Territory has got some work to do still. And I know, look, it can be quite tough living in some of the spaces, throughout the Territory. But I guess at the end of the day, we're all human beings, and we all need to be treated right and be respected. And so there's in the Territory, absolutely, there's definitely some work to do, in regards to racism. Yeah.
In your opening statement, you talked of demand, so you're being approached on a regular basis across all jurisdictions for more support. Is that because you're seeing an increase in racism and violence and within young men and boys, and more support's required, or is it a lack of support organisations similar to yours in the, it's always been at the same levels, or do you think it's increasing, or just more services are required?
Yeah, I think schools predominantly now, a lot of them have got female staff in it as well. So the majority of staff in schools now are female. Another part of it is what I spoke about earlier is attendance. You know, the school values Indigenous education, so they want to see more of those young men complete school and get them through their school journey. So that's a huge part of it as well. But it's also what happens when our young men aren't at school. You know, we've seen it so many times before, you know, drugs, alcohol, getting involved with the correctional system, you know, dysfunction happens. So, so from that point of view, I guess it's, yeah, those are the key areas. The school knows there's a need, and they are invested in trying to get Indigenous kids through, and they see us because of the results and the data we produce. They have confidence in us coming into their space. But that's not only the schools, that's also the Indigenous communities as well.
So the most important function of this committee will be, at the completion of all of the hearings, will be a report that has a list of recommendations. If, given this opportunity now you're at the hearing, if you could impress what's most important to be acknowledged within those recommendations, would you like to share anything with us?
Yeah, I guess for us, we would love to get to kids much more earlier. And by that I mean we've got a handful of primary school programs. But we feel if we were to get to kids much more earlier and work with the families and the kids throughout those primary school years, we'd have better outcomes. And we'd achieve better results as the boys come through high school, I think, and then working with behaviour and able to guide, because there's at the moment we're only in 3 primary schools in the Territory, and still to this day there are some kids who are not making it to middle school from primary school. I met with a primary school teacher a couple of years ago, and there were like 10 Indigenous young men in year 6 and didn't make it to year 7 into middle school. And they don't know where they were. They don't know where they are. So they basically vanished. And that would be the case in a lot of the other schools as well. So that would be something that we would love to do. But that would also help with behaviour. It would also help with being able to sit in a classroom. It would also be able for us to work with those young fellas to have that structure. You know, get up early, have breakfast, get into class. You know, we provide the pickups, the drop-offs, the food during the day. It'll get them into routine before they actually get to that middle school space or senior college space. And then I reckon we would have more boys completing Northern Territory Certificate of Education certificates, and then more kids going into university because they would have more time in school.
That was my final question, but just in wrapping up, thank you. Thanks for the work that you do.
Thanks.
Thank you. You mentioned social media having a role in young men and boys' lives and them seeing racism online. What have you seen in the young men and boys that you work with in response to the racism they experience online?
Yeah, they can get quite angry, you know, and frustrated. The things that are said on social media aren't very nice at all. And they talk to our mentors about what they've seen or what they've heard or what's been said about them. So that social media is a real issue. It can cause conflict within the communities as well. So it's, I guess it's the relationship that we've built with those young guys that we're able to help them navigate through that stuff, because there's a lot going through their minds. You know, they've got to complete school, they're going through relationship stuff, they're dealing with things on social media. So there's all this stuff attacking or at them, and so it can be, you know, with those young blokes having our guys there to support them through those things, and for them to open up about it, it's you know, I think that's where the sort of, because the relationships are there, they're able to assist and support them through it. Because social media it's crazy. Like some of the things you see on there is, you know, and how does a young man who's trying to complete school or dealing with these things that may happen at home as well, dealing with stuff, you know, in their home environments, and then they've got to deal with this other thing. Like, it can be quite difficult. Yeah. Mm.
It sounds like social media and the racism they see there
Yep.
has the real risk of derailing kind of where they want to be in life for themselves, the goals they might set for themselves.
Well, yeah, it's more about, yeah, that absolutely that too, but it's also about like the way they deal with it. Like some of them can get quite angry, you know, and quite frustrated. So dealing with it in the right way, talking about it rather than acting out, you know, that's when our kids start to get into the justice system. If they're not able to control it, or if they're not able to have those techniques to work through it properly, that's when they can go into the justice system.
Do you think that there is something that government should do regarding social media? And
anything that the government can do with social media, yeah, absolutely. I think obviously raising the age has been a good thing, but I still believe there could be more around that. Yeah.
Is there anything in particular you think that we should look at? You can also come back.
Pretty,
I know
yeah.
Time to think about it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I definitely. But I think with social media, it's just out there and open. It's like easy accessed, like, and I think that creates issues. So I haven't really thought into what could possibly they could do, but there's still more to do in that space. That's for sure.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Senator Thorpe.
Oh, you give it to me. I just want to ask, because looking at the NIA funding stuff, it actually says that Clontarf is not an Aboriginal program. Is that right?
Yeah, we're not an Aboriginal, organisation. No.
Not an Aboriginal organisation.
Yeah.
Can I ask why your CEO hasn't appeared today?
He's. Oh no! Well, I was asked to come by Clontarf head office because this is my area, the Northern Territory. So that's the reason why I'm here. Yeah.
And you talked about kids having breakfast and getting to school and all of those things. And I wished your CEO was here because I'd rather ask the white fella. But $80 million a year, it's a lot of money. And if that were to be given to community-controlled organisations and the people, for the people, then that would provide breakfast programs and maybe buses to get kids to schools and some employment for local Aboriginal people in local communities to drive the bus and be the people.
I'd love to know where you get the $80 million from. Yeah. I'd love to have $80 million a year.
It's in total.
Yeah. So in total
over a couple of financial years, is that what you mean by total, Senator Thorpe?
It's a federal government of 30,355,000. In Western Australia, it's 6 million. In NT, it's 2.7 million. In Vic, it's 540,000. New South Wales is 9,757,000. Queensland is 4,445,000. South Australia is 1,930,000. Non-government partner schools is 1,155,000.
So you're
Corporate and philanthropic sectors are 19,915. Interest and miscellaneous revenue is 2.651. It's from your annual report.
Yeah, so basically with that, it's depending on what, how many years our funding's for. So the federal government recently gave us 50-something million for the next 2 years. Some of those state government ones will either be 2 or 3 year.
It's your 2024 annual report.
So they'll either be state government, so federal, state government, so they're the third. And some of them might be 1 year contracts or 2 or 3 year agreements. So that's over a period of time. And then we have to work hard to get our private part, which we involve partners.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. That concludes the questions we have for you this afternoon. Thank you very much for giving up your time to come and give evidence to the committee. You might also get some questions on notice from committee members, I imagine. Thank you for your time.
All good.
If you want to provide any additional, I think you have taken questions on notice actually from Senator Thorpe. You might get some. You'll get some written questions on notice. They'll be sent to you from the Secretariat. So, and you'll have until the 7th of August to respond. And if that's going to be a problem, then just chat to the Secretariat about that. And you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence from today. And if when reading through it you see there's any issues or errors, you can request corrections to transcription errors.
No worries.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
That concludes our time with you. We'll take a short suspension while we welcome our next witnesses. Can we just move that? Thank you very much. I now call on representatives from future Yayas to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear?
My name is Connie Shaw, Tangier Council. Yeah.
My name is Frances McCaffrey. I'm the Tangier Council in the Future Yayas program.
Thank you. I've got a little spiel and then I'll invite you to make some opening remarks. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. You'll hear him whisper your last name every now and again over there. That's what that's what happens. It sounds a bit weird when you hear it sometimes. It's also being broadcast live on the committee's website as well, the Parliament website. I will now invite you to make an opening statement.
Thank you. I want to acknowledge and pay my respects to the other people which lands we meet here today where this inquiry is taking place. I also want to pay my respects to my elders, past and present, and those who are emerging. But most of all, I want to pay my respects to all young people that are experts in their own rights and also experience racism every day across this country. My name is Connie Shaw. I was born and raised in Alice Springs. I'm a Kadij and Warramunga woman, 5th generation of my town camp. I work at Tungunjura in the Family Violence Division. I'm also part of the Tungunjura Women's Family Safety Group. Been part of it for the last 10 years. Now I work with young Aboriginal women. I'm here today representing the future Yayas whose voices are at the centre of every discussion we have. Future Yaya, Yaya meaning sister in Aranda, was established out of the needs identified by the Tungunjura Women's Family Safety Group. In 2022, to have the next generation included in the domestic family sexual violence primary prevention space. We ensure the group is culturally safe, strength-based and trauma-informed in a trauma-informed way so young people are centred and engagement is being done in a fun, exclusive way. Future Yays is a primary prevention program which addresses the social conditions that drive violence to prevent violence before it begins. Adults and the community needs to understand that domestic family and sexual violence affects young people too. It can shape the way they feel. It can shape where they feel safe, who they trust, how they cope, and what choices they feel and have. In 2024, the Future Yays did 2 surveys, 1 year apart, midline and endline. The midline was done May to August 24, endline April to May 25. These 2 main points I really wanted to point out in this evaluation of the data we got from the Future Yays. The feeling of safety, the group expressed safety in town camps, 86%. In the midline, it increased up to 78%. When we did the endline. They also reported a very strong sense of safety at home, 92% at the endline. Safeties in school decreased, midline 59%, endline 47%. This mistrust in school environments, with some feeling deeply unsafe, and the feeling of safety around town stayed consistently low, midline 20, 29, endline 30. This demonstrates discomfort, vulnerability in all public environments. Safety on the streets was the lowest. Experience of racism was common amongst all members and reported often feeling unsafe because of their skin colour. However, exposure to racism was high. Half experienced being made to feel embarrassed or humiliated because of their skin, also being made to feel unwanted and treated poorly, stared in at shops, retail stores due to their race, such as being followed around the shop and being served rough at the counter. Members generally felt safe within their own familiar environments, such as home and their town camp communities, rated at an average out of 92 out of 100. These findings suggest that intimate family environments were seen as supportive and secure. However, when it comes to public spaces in Alice Springs, such as shopping centres, the town CBD, members expressed low levels of safety, rating it to 30 out of 100. Members shared feeling uncomfortable and experiencing racism in town unless they were with family. Social media plays a big part in racism in Alice Springs, targeting Aboriginal young people. When you've got platforms like Action for Alice, journalists, YouTubers that do more harm than good when talking about Aboriginal people and allow racist posts, article, negative comments to continue on any news and social media, such as TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, news platforms, ABC, like you can name it. Influencers who come into town are making it worse, posting the bad and not the good, creating an image of Alice Springs that is not true, and inviting more people to come with more racist views. Often images of town camps are used for a story that is not about the town camp. They generalise stories to all town camps. A lot of focus in the media is about town camps. They go straight into town camp, labelling them, judging them without proper information of the story, the importance of town camp, and the history of their town camps. Yesterday, I had a meeting with the PTAs, and these are their feelings from racism. They express their feelings in the media. It's exhausting, feeling like it will never stop, annoyed, it feels unfair. The girls express not feeling hate towards these people, but it's just not fair. Everyone should be treated equally. Young people being blamed and treated like they're the problem instead of people, asking what's really going on, what support is needed. These experiences affects young people's confidence, safety, sense of belonging, and hope for the future. How do you suppose they react? Young people experience racism every day on the streets, at schools, in the shopping centre, and on all social media platforms. Like I said, I've spoken to the PTA's members, and I asked them to give me one message that you would like me to speak here today. The girls spoke about social media, running us down. If they see me in this way, I'm going to keep doing it. They see us as criminals. They keep seeing us as criminals. It's so hard for young people to get jobs, always failing police checks. They put everything on there. Police needs to change in this town. The comments on social media, they need to stop doing that. They need to let people report comments based on racism. You can only report harmful behaviours, sexualised behaviours, but we need like something to report racism. Yeah, they'll, I don't know, get locked out of Facebook, but that's not, they'll go back and do it again. The hospital needs to change. They treat people too rough because they think we don't understand. And they also take young people to the hospital without consent, but people fear the hospital. And got this Youth Matter campaign that's from the FUTUAs. It's an anti-racism campaign by FUTUAs, telling adults in the wider community to see the bigger picture of what's happening for our young people in our town when it comes to racism.
Thank you, and thank you for sharing the voices of the young people that you work with for this committee. It's greatly appreciated. We'll now go to questions, and I'll begin with Mr Chaffey.
Thank you, Chair. And Ms Shaw, thank you for your opening remarks and presentation here today at the hearing. My first question relates to some of the personal experience that you've just spoke about and the work that you're doing with your organisation. In your opinion, over the 10 years you spoke about working within the organisation, do you think things are getting worse or are they improving?
Sorry, could you repeat that again?
Is the situation for young women in Alice Springs getting worse over, say, the last 10 years you've been working in this industry, like within your business?
With the FUTUAs, I've been here 3 years, but I've been part of the women's group that Shirley co-coordinates, and I've been in that since I was 16, so yeah. But this program that I run, yeah, I've been doing it for 3 years.
And over that period of time, are you seeing an extended need for the service? Are things getting worse?
From what you've seen.
And for the young people?
Just from you and your role, has it been, have you seen over that 10 years it has been getting worse, or have things been getting better?
There's a lot of pushbacks. We have a hostile government. You've all been hearing that in Darwin as well. Yeah, we just have a hostile government, but it's just got to walk alongside these young people. We can't, push them to the next thing. Like, yeah, we just need to walk with these young people. We've got a long way to go. Baby steps, not huge, giant steps. It takes a long time to make change, but yeah. I don't think I'm answering your question. No?
Thinking like as well. Like,
Yeah, I'm
you know,
nervous as.
Yeah. You started in the role.
Doing a great job.
In addition to, if after today, in response to any of the questions, that you think, oh, I wish I had have said that, or I wish I'd had added this to that, you can absolutely give us some more information. You can absolutely do that after today, because I think people always walk away thinking they wish they had have said some more things. So don't feel like you need to, get everything right the first time here. You can provide more information too. Sorry, Mr. Chappie.
Thank you, Chair. My next question would be, again, in your experience, do you think there are adequate services and support here in Alice Springs aimed at giving the support to young women to eliminate the opportunity for domestic violence, sexual and family violence? And if not, what recommendations would you have?
We have a lot of services providers here in Alice Springs that provide service to a lot of young people, but there is a blockage. My program, we're 14 and up. We don't close our book at a certain age. Most service providers do, and for young people to go to other service providers but that are at a certain age, where else are they supposed to go to? You got to go, when you turn 18, you have to go to an adult, yeah. Oh my God, I'm getting nervous.
No, you're doing good.
But yeah, there is support here in Alice Springs, but we need long-term funding. We need needs-based funding. My program was up, 2 years? Was going on for 2 years, and we need programs to be funded long-term to support our young people that are going through domestic, family and sexual violence, that undergo, they will have, lost my train of thought.
It's all right. Can I add to it?
Hey?
Can I add to
Yeah.
that? So within the Future Yeahs program, we're a leadership group where different girls are coming together and sharing their insights and experiences. We're not case management. So when we've got young girls who've been experiencing domestic, family and sexual violence, they work with Connie and I. We have close relationships with them, and they'll tell us about their experience. And at times we might offer referral support to link them in with specialised services, but that's actually not our role. When it comes to girls who are especially 18 years old, being deemed as an adult, going through a shelter experience for the first time, they're not given that same support in that, experiencing those services. It's not done in a culturally safe way. But yeah, it's important to know that although Connie and I work with a group of young Aboriginal women from different town camps, we're not offering case management support, and there's very limited services, especially culturally appropriate services, to link young people in with.
So that one of the most important functions, I think, of this committee will be, once the hearings are complete, there will be a final report that will have a list of recommendations. Do you have any suggestions of what you think will be very critical to be in the list of recommendations to go to government, other than the financial support you talked of?
Do you reckon Aboriginal people
Well, we've been talking about it for many, many years. Aboriginal people can talk to the cows come home, but we need action. We need government to actually listen to the people on the ground, like me and Shirlene, that are actually working on the ground upwards. And Aboriginal people are over, what's that word?
represented?
Yeah, no.
Overly what?
Over-consulted? Over-represented?
Just lost. Fuck.
Yeah, we got
over everything.
Anyway, you can also, you can also, if you want some more time to think about what are the main things that, in response to Mr Chaffee's question, if you want some time to think about and put some words together in terms of what you think the committee should make a recommendation about, you can take it on notice. It's called taking it on notice, and then you can get back to us later once you've had a chance to think about it and write some things down. Yeah, do you want to do that? Yeah. It's completely fine to have a bit of a blank note.
That was my final question, but thank you for the work you're doing in the community. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr Chaffee. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. Our previous witness was from an organisation called Clontarf that receives $80 million to, football programs and for young boys, Aboriginal boys. It's not run by Aboriginal people. What would you do with $80 million in your community?
Put it back into our community, remote community, infrastructures in our community, roads, education, health. It's a no-brainer.
How would that benefit your mob? $80 million. How many people would it cover? How would it benefit?
The whole bloody remote community, far remote, the real remote, and putting it back into Aboriginal hands. We have the solutions for our young people, our community, we have our solutions for our mob. Like 80 million would get us a bloody long way if it's in the right hands, in the right communities, in the right programs, organisations.
So why is your self-determined program, Future Yays, critical for our people? And what do you provide that whitefellas can't provide?
Well, for me, there isn't a program like the Future Yays. Like we had the women's group, but I joined when I was 16. There wasn't any other programs around town for me to learn about domestic violence, healthy relationship, any forms of violence, types of violence. And being part of the women's group really opened my eyes that we need programs that actually talk in depth in and about domestic, family and sexual violence. But there was a gap, and there was a gap where we need to educate our young Aboriginal women that aren't going into school, that aren't getting those types of education around healthy relationship. That's where we come in. And the way me and Frances work, Frances is a white lady, me being Aboriginal, we have that two-way learning and deep listening that the girls, having programs like the Future Yays that actually come out of the women's group from the ground up, me being part of it, part of the women's group now, I'm working in it, co-facilitate it with Frances.
Thank you. So this terrible Northern Territory government has been taking a tough-on-crime approach, announcing more police, tougher laws, or more prisons. What do you reckon governments could do if, instead of going on tough on crime and making our people the most incarcerated people on earth, what do you reckon they can do better if our elders and our law people were in charge and the government put the same money and resources and energy into our people to make the decisions? What would that look like?
Can you say that again?
So Like even the federal government gave the Northern Territory Police $240 million. So if the government woke up and said, you know what, we're on stolen land, it all belongs to Aboriginal people anyway, so we're going to start not giving the police so much and we're not going to build any more jails. We're going to actually put all the money into the communities for the communities to decide what is best for them, how they want to do it. So what would that look like if all of that money and the resources went to the people instead of the other people that are causing a lot of problems?
You think we'd be living like this? Homeless in the streets, not in our community? You know, we'd be in schools, we would be having jobs back in our community, back in the community. Okay, I'm a little bit deaf on the side. Yeah.
Would you be happier?
Yep.
Healthier?
Yep.
Would you live longer?
Bloody oath. Sorry. Sorry, I just, swear a lot. Yeah, we'll have a better, healthy, loving life out on our country, looking after our country. Like we always say, you look after country, country look after you, and just being back home. You know, having roads, proper roads for when we go back out bush, or water tanks, rainwater tanks, so we don't have to bloody live off bore waters, you know. Live off bore waters. Generators, solar powers, you know, so we're not sleeping in the dark in the house. Infrastructures in our community for our mob. Like that money would go a long way.
And they're basic human rights.
Yep. We just want to go back to our own country, drive on a normal, decent road that's not going to feel like our car's breaking down. You know, just money back in Aboriginal hands, Aboriginal organisation, because we know what's best for our mob and our community and our kids.
To provide more to that as well, Connie and I did a session with the future yayas and asked them, as part of our Youth Matter campaign, what does it look like when you hear how young people are currently being treated? And what do you think that's doing to young people? And it was quite easy for them to answer, to bring out all these examples of how young people are spoken to in public, how they're labelled as run-amucks, how they're set up to fail, how they're labelled as these criminals, how they're these threats, and how that looks is, one of the girls said, it looks like suicide. It looks like feeling unsafe. It looks like really alert. You're always looking around. We went to a public gathering event for NAIDOC Week on Friday, and the young fellas were on high alert this whole time, looking around, ready to be targeted by police, by security, or by other young people in town. Then on the flip side, when we were asking the girls, what would it look like if young people felt like they mattered? And it took a lot longer for them to answer, but then saying loved, cared for, happy, comforted. And then what we said, what would that look like? It looked like being able to achieve their goals, feeling comfortable and confident to try new things. But it was a lot harder to get those answers out. And it was so quick to get answers when the reality is at the moment is it's so negative faced. And yeah, I just think that that really speaks to what your question is around, instead of that tough on crime, if it was community led. The Future Yay is a really big voice for young people, what young people are wanting, and they're wanting safety. They're wanting to be able to feel like they belong, and they want to feel like they matter, and they matter in public spaces. And so when they're receiving racism from their wider community, Alice Springs as a community, that's a real cut off from receiving pathways for help. We know young Aboriginal people are absolutely inundated with these additional experiences in their life that are not their fault. They're young people. But if they feel like their environment is racist, that is a huge pathway, blocking a pathway to help and to safety. And we've seen in the Future Yaya's evaluation that Connie spoke to as well, that young people don't feel safe in public spaces, but they also don't feel safe in youth services. They don't feel safe at school. So how are they supposed to receive education help when they're not feeling trusted by those people who are running there?
Did you want to add anything more?
No, that's, yeah, I was just repeating what you said, yeah. That's,
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Thorpe, are you able to provide the survey that you spoke to in your opening statement? I mean, if you don't have permission to do that, obviously you don't have to, but it would be great for the committee to receive that data and the information that you talked to. Yep. Because I can't imagine what it's like for young people to be constantly alert and feel like they're under threat wherever they go.
Yeah, that survey is already on our resource hub.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. That would be a copy. We've heard a lot about, and you spoke to this a bit too, a lot about online racism in particular. What are the things that young people are saying to you about what they see online, and what are their ideas? I don't know if you've had a chance to chat to them about this, but what are their ideas about what should be done?
So young people love TikTok. They're always on TikTok. It's the comment sections. Can't turn it off. If you report it, they'll only just jump back on and do it again.
Sorry, you can't report comments.
Racist comments or
comments?
I don't know. I'm off social media.
I'm not on TikTok either, so I don't know if you can turn them off.
But you can. But with live videos, I don't know if you can.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not too sure. With live videos.
I'm not too sure, but
in Facebook and that you can turn off comments. When you post a video on TikTok, I think you can turn off comments, but I'm not too sure about live. When they jump on live, it's a whole different story because it's just randoms, white people, just posting, there's my taxpayers' money, just vile, don't want to repeat it kind of thing, but yeah.
And what are they saying they want to see happen online for social media?
I don't know, figure out like a report button, but on racism. Yeah, I have no clue because I've been off social media for a while because of my mental health and the Action for Alice and everything else that I've been seeing lately.
So do you think is that common that people opt out of social media and social media platforms because of the harm it causes?
Yeah, well, for me, it kind of harmed me. I had a really bad mental health, and just seeing the vile racist comments that are on Action for Alice, like when Action for Alice posts something, of course everyone's going to go straight to the comment section to see what they're going to be saying, and it's half of the people aren't even from the Northern Territory. They're all from WA or the East Coast, and they're all putting their inputs on Alice Springs issue that doesn't concern any of them. And when young people do see it, it hurts them. They can't really do much about just report the post, hide it, but it still will come back. It'll still pop up. It'll pop up in a different person. And another thing too the girls have said is fake profiles. Fake profiles, commenting on posts, then when you report that profile, they'll make another fake profile. So those what the girls have said yesterday as well. Yeah.
And how do programs like yours support young women to be strong in who they are? And to, I suppose, in combating that racism that they experience, how does what you do actually help them navigate this?
So we meet every Thursday in the morning, or a little bit later now because it's cold. But yeah, we meet every Thursday, and it's just building their confidence up, getting them to just having that education side of things. You know, most of the girls aren't at school. Some have finished school, but yeah. You got anything to add?
I think a big part of it is, we're providing a safe
space,
yeah, that's a big one, safe space where the girls they know what to expect. They know that Connie and I, why we're meeting with them, how regularly we're meeting, and that we're really valuing what they're saying. Our program was created through a lot of advocacy from Connie, but then the program values was made from the girls. The girls have said time and time again how it feels like a safe space for them, that they don't feel judgment, that the other week they were saying how they feel most themselves within that group. I think, it's hard for us to say exactly what it is, but I think it's Connie and I will share the positives that we see with them back to them. And when, like Connie's just shared, all these racist comments, all this racist experience that they're receiving outside and from that community, you get told something enough, you start to believe it. On the flip side, Connie and I are telling them the strengths that we're seeing within them, the growth that we're seeing within them, the intelligence that they already have about their experiences. We're just saying what they're saying back to them. We're not, it's just the truth fed back to them, and we're really valuing the insight that they have. And I think that proof is in the pudding, because the group's been going on for over 3 years now, and the problem that we have now is getting the girls to move on to the next thing. They don't want to leave, they want to stay in, because they know it's a place that supports them and values them.
Did you want to add to that?
I've seen a lot of change in some of the girls being part of the group. The confidence coming out of their shell. Like, some of the girls, it's really hard to get one word out of, but now they can't shut them up. But it's a good thing, but that's them coming out of their shell. And so happy and proud of them.
And it's not a magic trick, it's valuing someone. It's common decency, it's caring for people in a good way, hearing them, valuing them. I think, that's something that...
and they might not hear that every day, you know.
Certainly not seeing it or hearing it on social media or in the media. They're certainly not hearing it on social media or in the media.
You know, just in general, And you just got to remind them that they're strong, confident, and they are the future, you know.
That seems like a nice point to conclude our time with you this afternoon. Thank you very much for the work that you do and coming and sharing the voices of the young women that you work with. You have been asked to provide some additional information, so if you can please forward that to the Secretariat by the 7th of August. They'll also let you know what information you've said that you'll get back to us. And if there's anything else, like I said earlier, if there's anything else you wish you had said that you didn't quite get to say, then you can provide that to the committee as well. But thank you very much for your time this afternoon. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll now suspend briefly while we welcome the next witness. So do you have an opening statement? Words you want? Thank you. I now call on representatives from Unchupa Consultancy to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Order, Aritna, Christy Bloomfield, Central Aranda, Eastern Aranda, Aliawara, Murukatwi and Bantarina. Good afternoon, my name is Christy Bloomfield. I'm a traditional owner of Mbantua Alice Springs, and this is my mum here, Karen Little. And she works with us on Chumpa as our cultural elder with our business.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I've got a little spiel I'll read out and then I'll invite you to make a couple of opening remarks. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live on the Parliament's website. I'll now invite you to make some opening remarks.
So firstly, I'd like to acknowledge our elders, past and present, and our emerging leaders. I'd also like to acknowledge that the native title determination by the Federal Court was made in 1999. Mum and I were a part of the native title claim here in Mbantua, and that's very significant to us as Aranda people here. To be acknowledged in the Federal Court as one of the first towns to get native title over a township is pretty remarkable and amazing for us. So we're from Unchupa Consultancy. So Unchupa represents the corkwood tree around here, and it's the honey tree. We grew up as kids licking the honey off our hands, and it's always been a part of our life growing up, and we also live on Unchupa Street. So Unchupa, we established Unchupa back in 2022, a part of a program called True Justice from an Indigenous Perspective, Deep Listening on Country. Now that was in partnership with the Australian National University. So myself, I was working at NAJA, the National Australian Justice Agency at the time, and we were able to then get a subcontract to run that course for our 16 law students from the ANU, which invited law students to come out on country and hear firsthand from Aboriginal traditional owners and also Aboriginal perspectives about policies, law and education, and about the first time of seeing a non-Aboriginal person hearing from our elders. So Unchupa, we finally established Unchupa, and then in 2023, when Mbantua was on the news, all over the news, for the wrong reasons, we then came into contact with government ministers and advocated for us as traditional owners to then say, with the cultural authority that we have, we want to be able to advocate for our young people that are currently on the streets, providing them the cultural authority, but also guidance and support around antisocial behaviour and connection back to country, and being able to understand the different country and language groups surrounding Mbantua. So after some time, we advocated for months and months, and we even did a round table speed dating with, many organisations was a part of that with government ministers, and I think the last time we got invited, NIAA then invited us to do another meeting, and we said, no, we don't want to do that anymore, like we've done so much, then let them deal with it. And then if it wasn't for Mum, who pushed us to, no, you better go, you girls, go and listen to what they have to say. And then they offered us a contract to work with Aboriginal youth here in Mbantua. It was at the peak of our summer period, the school holidays, so we hit the ground running with no money in the bank, and we just continued to began creating these relationships with our young people here in Mbantua. And so that led to being funded for a pilot course. It's quite unique because it was the first time NT government and federal government came together to fund us and to lead with that. We were situated with the Northern Territory Government Family and Children's Office space, which is unique, and coming from a legal background, that was always challenging because taking my clients there and being, intimidated in those case management meetings. So we then established these relationships we went to a meeting, and they brought up a list. There was 50 young people on the list. They said, how many can you take? And so we managed to take 18 young people from various language groups, from surrounding communities. I think there was only 2 Aranda kids who were part of that, but ultimately kids that we wanted to support, and we knew families with them. And so we've been going through as Nchumpas since 2023 December, and we're currently in our 2nd year of funding, and we successfully proved that our pilot program works, that cultural authority, Aboriginal leadership from an Aboriginal business all the way through. And I think for us, it's something that's been rewarding. We've had our small wins, we've had our big wins that we're very proud of, and we want to continue what we've been able to achieve so far.
Thank you very much for those opening remarks. Go to questions. Begin with Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. I'm just going to pluck questions out of my head because I haven't had any background, but I think it's pretty obvious that young people are dealing with a lot in the Northern Territory, particularly racism, and given it's a racism inquiry, my question is, what is the impact of racism and racists in the Northern Territory towards your mob?
Yeah, look, I think we, need to highlight that, Central Australia wasn't colonised till 100 years later, so we're still playing catch-up, and it's really, when you come to Mbantua, there's so much culture, there's so much language, there's so many different community Aboriginal members here in Mbantua, which is, for us, my mob grew up at a time where Aboriginal people weren't allowed in the CBD. And so from early on, it's not ancient history for us, and it's, my mum talking about racism, it's my aunties and uncles who nearly got removed, it's our grandparents who were a part of the stolen generation, all of that. So I think for us, you're dealing with all that trauma that these young people have. And I think also the young people today, yes, they're frustrated, they're angry, they're hurt. What they see on social media, I think after the referendum, that came very frank that people became very racist here in Alice Springs, and it was openly racist for us. They just speak freely about anything. It's unfortunate that we have to teach our young kids from an early age about racism, which is, you get emotional, but yes, that. But there's many stories, and I think for us, we want to be able to share that, because not only do these young people face it, but our parents who've fought and worked hard to be a part of society and work hard to be a part of everything.
But even what our clients are going through now with education is very racist, I believe.
So we have worked with a number of young people, and at the moment there's about 4 young.
I think you need to tell them how bad these kids were. Nobody else could deal with them.
Yes. So we work with our young people from any ages from 10 to 16 years old, and these young people are the young people that are high risk and that no other youth service would work with. And so we've been able to work with them for since the beginning. And so to be able to then have that relationship with them, to have that relationship with them, now experiencing the injustice that they're facing through education. So we've just had a meeting with the Education Department and highlighted that our young people are being refused to go to school, and because they're not classroom ready, they can't go to school. And so classroom ready means that our young Aboriginal children have to participate in a 2-week program to drive around town, to just pee on the iPad, to go around with your support worker, who is not a teacher, that then can sign off to get you classroom ready to go to school. At many, and then many occasions, our young children, young people are getting asked for my staff, who our team have amazing relationships with our young people. They're asking our staff to be a part of the school education classroom. So our kids won't go to school unless our staff are there. But how are you creating your relationship if kids can't go to school without our staff? So the education, yes, they're tough on education and tough on crime, but we should supporting Aboriginal businesses, Aboriginal organisation with Aboriginal leadership, not from, your non-Aboriginal, manager to your non-Aboriginal case management leader, then to your Aboriginal lackeys, to your Aboriginal full team, which we are, to provide that support and encouragement that on a daily basis. So, racism for us here in Central Australia, it's only getting worse, and we're challenging, this systemic system that we work in on a daily basis, that we're trying to challenge. Well, no, they have a right to go to school. They have rights to be able to participate in these programs, whatever they want to do. So it's very, coming from that legal background, we're not only trying to navigate that, but then continue to support our young people.
Mm. So on that, the federal government have powers to pull this terrible Northern Territory government into line. Do you think that it's time that the federal government do that, and they can do that in a way that they can stop funding them for a number of things, like the Northern Territory government get a lot of GST based on the disadvantage. So it's in the Northern Territory government's best interest to maintain the disadvantage because they get more money for it. So the federal government can step in and say, well, actually, we're not going to give you that much money anymore, and we're not going to give you any more closing the gap money, and we'll stop funding the police as well. Are we at that point where we need the federal government to start doing that stuff?
I think, here, growing up here, we have our big Aboriginal organisations. Unfortunately, we've lost sight of what our main cause are for all our Aboriginal organisation. We've done amazing things. We've been a part of amazing Aboriginal organisations here in Central Australia. There's been a lot of firsts coming out of Central Australia, and we're proud of that. But we've got to the point where we're building empires that we don't need. We need to have meaningful legal services, meaningful health sectors that are
catering for Aboriginal people. You have all this funding's coming in, and councils that are funded for our remote communities. Yet my father can't even get the gradering job to grade roads out to help our mob. When they're asking him to grade the roads. Focus on your Aboriginal leadership and businesses that are creating waves to have these amazing outcomes. The federal government have done amazing in terms of trusting in us and as traditional owners in terms of leading this as well. You can do it. Loosen the reins and let us lead. But I also think that not only are our organisations, losing sight of, what we're here for, we definitely need to stick to our core, responsibilities that we're funded for. You can't be looking for health to do an employment agency. What do you mean? There's, other avenues that are already doing that. And I think that there's a lot of, organisations, businesses that are doing things. There's a lot of things that people could be doing really well, and focus on that. I was a part of the Central Land Council, There's a lot of our elders on that, but where's that younger generation to push, governance and challenge government around what we want for our communities and how we want our communities to be run? Working here and for the legal service for over 20 years, we would travel to communities before the intervention. Our communities were operating as, little towns. The power in that, the governance, the leadership, the infrastructure, the machinery. You rock up to communities and you go to Aboriginal elders' councils. Not today. You go to a shire that's hardly operating and nobody wants to work to it because they stripped Aboriginal people from everything. And it's about us now wanting to rebuild on what we know we've had and what we want back.
Thank you.
Thank you. You've talked about Aboriginal business a little bit in your evidence today. We haven't had a lot of evidence about the racism experienced by Aboriginal businesses. I wonder if you've got any experiences that you might want to share with the committee about the racism experienced by Aboriginal business from your experiences.
Yeah, and I think, from, an Aboriginal business perspective, the racism that, we get, yes, they say that, oh, yes, it'll be Aboriginal-led businesses first, but then where does that actually go? Because we're never getting, the roads jobs here in Central Australia when, we've applied for tenders, we've applied for government, we've applied for our shires. So there is that definitely, no push to, continue pushing for Aboriginal businesses to lead when they can lead. And I think, the racism here is only, like I said, expanding and openly free and talking about racism and racist issues. And it doesn't help when you've got Action for Alice and when you have only 27,000 people living in Mparntwe and you have over 100 and something thousand members on Action for Alice. So the numbers don't add up, make sense, all of that. So it is very challenging for Aboriginal businesses. We here in Central Australia have a few, more than when we first started. And I think the Territory's getting better at that, but to lead with Aboriginal businesses, I think we need to, definitely push for that leadership because they're the ones that are getting requested from our community members to do the job as well.
Do you think the racism that's experienced by First Nations businesses is making Aboriginal people question whether they want to actually get into business at all? Do you think it's stopping people from starting up their own business?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can go to, your government and your, organisations to put through your business, proposals or contracts, and then,
you're losing, continuous losing battle trying to secure that job. Yes, a lot of Aboriginal businesses then, well, why should I continue to fight and continue to put that forward if I'm always going to get pushback? Yeah. Yeah.
And then, is your business online?
Yes, we have a website and yeah.
Are you on social media? Or?
Yeah, so we have a, yeah.
And do you, because social media has been a pretty strong theme throughout the inquiry and the racism and hate that's directed towards mob there. Do you have those same comments on your social media page?
Not on our social media page. We're very small and it hasn't hit those many, but I think
the algorithm hasn't pushed people towards.
Well, that's right. Yes, but our young people seeing racist comments and that like I said, but I think for us, Mum loves to share. We have a Growing Up in Alice page, and a lot of people are very respectful because they know the pioneer families we're from, and they can see what we're leading and what we want to, build on. So that's very, positive for us, and a positive for a lot of other Aboriginal families who share really amazing stories on there. And that's a platform that they've made very clear. We don't want negative comments on this because these are the generations that have built in Bantua, So that one, Growing Up in Alice, is always a great platform to share what we've been able to do, and that has been a positive. But
that's a part of the cure to pages like Action for Alice.
Yes, yeah.
And you can take this on notice if you haven't given much thought to it, given it's not your core business, but I'm interested if you've given much thought to what can be done on social media platforms to protect people from hate and racism they see there.
I think we need to start these class actions. Like, Andrew Bolt said what he said and all of those came through and, those nasty comments like, hey, Action for Alice, you're posting all of these horrible things and there's nasty comments coming from them. So what are we doing about that? You're
appreciate that your lawyer mind goes straight to class action.
We've been talking about those things, but Tanya Turner, she's a lawyer that we've worked for many years, and we've had the great, amazing leadership by my auntie, Dr. Patricia Miller, who was the Deputy Administrator for the Northern Territory for many years. And for my grandfather, who was one of the founders for the Central Australian Aboriginal Legal Service. So we come from that pioneer background that we want to be able to fight as traditional owners, but also stand up and call shit out, stand up, and, you got all of these, no offence, but non-Aboriginal people saying, oh, well, I work with Aboriginal people, oh, I know Aboriginal people, but where are you on our marches? Where are you standing up? Where are you calling out racism? So I think, I think that's where I think people need to start getting educated, savvy about that. Why don't we do that? Because
the consequences for the things that people say.
Exactly.
Yeah. And so certainly one of the things, the consequences for the things that people say has been a theme through this inquiry too. And people have pointed to the need for stronger laws for that. Do you think that there is that there's the federal government should do work to strengthen the laws that allow people to say racist things about First Nations people?
Definitely. There are many strong laws protecting a lot of other nationalities and a lot of other groups, but where's our laws that are not protecting us? We're the First Nations people of, Australia, and we're here getting targeted on a daily, teaching our kids to understand racism, and then it's kind of like, well, where's our protection? Are we going to continue to teach our kids about racism, or when's it going to stop? Or when is government going to take a stand and call it out for what it really is?
I'm interested in in your comments about the having to teach our kids about racism is not something that non-Aboriginal people have to do. It wouldn't even cross their mind that they should prepare their kids to experience racism.
Yeah.
Do you see that as a real, I don't know, extra load or burden on Aboriginal women that other women in this country just don't have to face?
Yeah, of course. Look, coming from, big families, out at our Yawara family that are from in Bloodowitch, Utopia and all of that, we've been surrounded by family, and on a daily we're teaching our kids that they have to, always be cautious, and if they're not served, well, how come I wasn't served, Mum? How come I wasn't served, Auntie? All of this. And, well, the Fink Desert Race was here, and, they're doing jumps and everything, and the bike riders are cruising around, and then our kids didn't get stopped, Well, why? So then they question, well, why didn't they stop to talk to us? So from an early age, and yes, a lot of other, nationalities I don't think have to face that, but we continue to teach our kids. And, just a little story, my sister had a birthday party, and the little non-Aboriginal friend come over, and he's like, I told my mum, Bronson's black, but he's fair as fair. And it was like, and that's okay, because he's like, well, why did you need to tell me that? You've got nothing to do with me. You come to but these things, it's just things that, blow your mind. But then, hearing Mum Mob's stories growing up, and that she reflects on now about the racism that she experienced. And for my father, worked hard out, as a traditional owner out at Loves Creek Station, being fed in the wood yard, with our elders and all of that, and his parents, and, and to have hard labour, all of this racism, comes to a head, and we definitely teach our young kids about that from an early age when they start to feel different, and be watched in shops, and, well, why are they watching me, And then different crowds. All right, I can go with my white friends, but then when I go with my black cousins, different attitudes shift. So it's distressing for them, upsetting, and they definitely, we definitely have to continue to empower them.
So women often who are holding our families and our communities together through the toughest times. Thank you. Mr Chappie.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms Blenfield and Ms Little, for your appearance today. One question that I'm repeatedly asking those who are approaching the committee is if there will be significant change, if the important part of this committee is the final report once the hearings are completed and the recommendations. Would you like to share your thoughts on what are critical to be in the recommendations from this committee?
Yeah, we definitely want to highlight, we're rebuilding as, Aranda people, we're rebuilding as Aboriginal people here in Central Australia. And I think, the leadership that has led us to where we are, that's what we want to continue to build on. Recommendations for Mbantua and for Central Australia we wish to continue, Aboriginal leadership, cultural authority that comes from that, because, you can go to communities, you're looking for those traditional owners. As Aboriginal people, we're always looking, well, we know them mob out there, they're traditional owners, we'll go and seek permission from them. Not this non-Aboriginal governance way, we have to seek permission from our, cultural authority, from our traditional owners and community. And that's what we wish here for Mbantua, because too many times our town is inundated with so many community members and, other language groups. We're the centre, we're the big smoke for a lot of our communities. So I think leading with Aboriginal cultural authority and Aboriginal-led decision-making is always going to be the answer for us, and I think we've always continued to push that.
and our old people and our elders have led that way for us and they've continued to, be with us and continue to guide us as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chaffey. Senator Thorpe's got one
more
follow-up question. Senator Thorpe.
Because I've just done some research on your website. $91 a day it costs you for one young person. Costs you $91 a day versus $3,852 a day to incarcerate a young person.
Yeah.
Why are governments so willing to pour billions of dollars into prisons while our businesses and organisations have to beg for resourcing?
Yeah.
What would you say if you had the Minister for Indigenous Australians here and the PM beside her? What would you say to them about that?
I would say you've started it, Minister McCarthy. You've given us the funding. Let us continue to build on that now, because this is the leadership you've given us to provide this cultural authority and Aboriginal-led decision-making. Let us continue to build on that. And don't ration us and loosen the range, because, there's a lot of amazing, like I said, organisations that want to continue what we've started and this partnership, what we've started. We've started to be able to get Tanginjira from our remote town camp, one of our town camps. We've started to get the St. Joseph's education teacher to go to the town camp to start educating our young people, because they're conflicted out from going to school. Now, these are because we're passionate. We, want to help and support our kids. We've got the funding to do that, but we want to continue that. There's a lot of partnerships that we work with and a lot of people that are backing us. We've got, through Luritupa, our leadership, and we've also got from, Najo. The push is there for us to continue this. So I'd say to her, continue what you've started and let us build on that, because keep kids out of jail, but the program, we have a jail here for our young people, but they're not even residing here. They get flown to Darwin to be incarcerated up in Darwin for bail, any bail kind of things. They have to then appear by video link and then flown back down to Alice Springs. So our young people are being incarcerated here, then locked up in the watch house, and then being removed up to Darwin to do their sentence. So we have an empty kind of youth detention facility that's over millions of dollars, 40 mil I think they may have, but that's there for nobody. So we're spending money on these facilities when there's so many programs that we wish to build on. These kids want to be out bush. They want to learn hands-on. They want to learn, your little machineries. They want to work with excavators. They want to do these kind of little jobs. Why can't we create certificates like that out on country? Why can't we get them back into, stockyard that their parents and their grandparents did? We want to be able to do that. There's plenty of Aboriginal land. Land Council have that. Let's build up our stations. Let's start making economic development here in Central Australia and start getting our Aboriginal people proud again, as we were all, should be and once was.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe, and thank you very much for your attendance.
Thank you
here
for
today.
just giving us the opportunity. We heard you, and we're like, I'm going.
And thank you for taking the opportunity, taking the moment to come and appear and give evidence before the committee. Your evidence was really valuable for the inquiry. If you've been asked to provide any information on notice. I can't remember if you did take notice. Anyway, but if you did, 7th of August is when we need that information by. And if you have this, the Secretariat will let you know if you have. And also, if there's anything additional that you would like the committee to know, then if you can please provide that to the Secretariat by the 7th of August as well. Be greatly appreciated. And you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence from today. And if, when you're reading through it, you see there's any errors, you can request that those be fixed.
Awesome.
So thank you very much. So that concludes today's proceedings. I thank witnesses for their attendance. I want to thank Broadcasting and the Secretariat for all of their support to make this last week in the Northern Territory and WA happen. I declare this public hearing closed.